Yo, it's your boy DZ, man. You already know it's not about the setback, it's about the get back. I want to appreciate everyone that's became a member, that subscribed to the channel, and that watches the channel. I appreciate y'all. If you haven't already hit that notification bell, hit that notification bell so you can be notified every time we go live. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me, and I hope y'all continue to rock with me. Y'all already know what it is, man. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. Facts. And y'all already know we've been putting in that work over here. You hear me? And we gonna continue to put in that work. And it's facts, right? So now, for the people, that just start rocking with me, y'all already know we've been going hard, we've been going in, and we've been raw and authentic, right? We gonna continue to deliver. Today, we gonna talk about a few things that's going on, right? With Brick Baby, Luce Cannon, Big U, and the indictment. For those who don't know, the indictment has came out, and we're going to go over some documents that just came out, and that in the paperwork, we're going to talk about different things in the case, right? And for those who are wondering, people said that Luce Cannon and Brick Baby are going to be getting out Wednesday. They not letting Luce Cannon out, right? And I'm gonna tell y'all, these dudes is working. I'm trying to tell y'all this right now because their cases are intertwined, and I'm gonna show y'all, so that y'all can understand this, right? But Luce Cannon, they're not gonna give him a bail. Brick Baby, he has a bail hearing Wednesday on the 9th of this month. So we're going to see if he gets bail, which being as though that I know he's working and they have him on a wiretap, they're probably going to give him a bail because his bail hearing was approved for Wednesday at 9 o'clock. And I'm going to show y'all the proof on that for the people that haven't seen it. And we're going to go through a lot of these documents, that just came out, right? And we're going to discuss them together. We're going to read through the indictment and we're going to talk about these things, man. You need to understand that Luce Cannon and Brick Baby being together on the same pod, and they say they in the same cell, but being together on the same pod is something that was orchestrated by them people. We all know that with a case like this, they would separate these people unless there was a common goal for them to be together. They wouldn't be together unless there's a common goal. And the common goal in this situation is to get Big U, right? So we all know that Luce Cannon's girlfriend posted and said that, let Luce Cannon talk. And they said that Big U was on their side jumping on somebody. I doubt that. You hear me? Because the way Luce Cannon talked about Big U across the internet, there would be no way that Big U would want to be on his side at this current time, right? And it's all cap and it's all for content. They're doing this for content, but it's not good on their behalf. Brick Baby, Luce Cannon are working, man. I'm going to tell you that right now. For them to be so comfortable, you hear me? For them to be so comfortable on a jail phone inside the jail and talking the way they talking. If you listen to how Brick Baby is talking, he's repping something still. Yeah, free the guys. It's Brick. Ain't no reason to stress. Brick Baby's not stressing because he's already cooperated. You hear what I'm saying? But Whack 100 to tell you right now that Brick Baby isn't cooperating. Come on, man. They got a wiretap with Brick Baby, Big U, and another person on the conversation. So they just gonna let him out just because? No. He sat down with them people and told them what they wanted to hear. You understand this? When Brick Baby was out all that time, when he had a case that Whack was talking about, yeah. But now Whack is saying he not working. Nah, we not going for that. And we gonna go over this shit together, man. Make sure y'all share this live because we gonna get into some things and the people need to see it. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button and share this video, man. Y'all already know we going up, man. And we ain't stopping. But we gonna definitely get into some things on this live so that people can see these things, right? Because it's real odd that Brick Baby is getting the bail hearing on Wednesday, right? But they're not gonna let Luce Cannon out. He got the violation of probation for the domestic violence. He got the situation going on for no jumper coming. I doubt they let him get a bail. You know, the only way I see them doing something like that is for them to get some information from somebody. But he's already told everything, so there's no reason to let him out. Brick Baby did what he did against Big U. And we're going to go over this together, y'all. You know, I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? I appreciate all y'all, man. We're going to go over this together. For the people that, let me see here. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. You hear me? Now, this right here, right? This is the document of Brick Baby being approved for a bail hearing, right? Brick Baby was approved for a bail hearing, and I want y'all to see this, you know. And Zaire Mitchell, we know that's Brick Baby's name. He's approved for a bail hearing, and the bail hearing is set for April 9th, which is Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. Right? And he might get a bail because he gave them everything they wanted to know, I guess. And, you know, for them to give Brick a bail, even a bail hearing, when we seen him on camera with the strap, which I know the Fed seen that because they watch all the episodes, right? He had previously got arrested with straps and ammo. He has a history with straps and ammo, right? For them to give him a bail hearing, he must have told them everything they know. And this here says application for bail, review or reconsidered of order setting conditions of release or detention, right? So we're gonna check this one out here, man. You know, I appreciate y'all rocking with me too, man. Facts. Hold up, y'all. Let me show you this other document, man. Make sure y'all stay locked in, man. Hit that subscribe button. Let me see. Notice of, I want y'all to see this here. All right. So this here, look at this document here. This here says, notice to court of related criminal case. United States versus Eugene Henley was previously assigned to Honorable Wesley Hessu. The case arises out of the same conspiracy, common scheme, transaction, series of transactions or events. Now it says here, additional explanation if any. Both indictments rely on evidence from a Title III wiretap in case 22 CM 21 221 FLA on several telephones, including those used by defendant Henley, Robinson, Martin, and Mitchell. Title III discovery will overlap in both cases, and any motion to suppress the wiretap evidence will be wholly duplicative. Additional common discovery will be produced in the case, and common evidence will be introduced at the trial. For example, defendant Mitchell's conduct is alleged in overact in the related indictment and will be proffered at the trial. Y'all hear that now, right? Further, both cases arose from the same investigation into the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crip Street gang, of which the defendant are members or associates. The arrest on the charges in defendant Mitchell's indictment and the complaint underlying the related indictment were coordinated on the same date as part of the Rolling 60s takedown. So Brick Baby also, he has a separate indictment, right? But he's on wiretap with Big U, you hear me? And Brick Baby made a statement, man, because they wanted him to corroborate what was said and why it was said on the phone. You hear me? So just know Brick Baby is cooperating, man. It says additional common discovery will be produced in the cases, and the common evidence will be introduced at the trial. For example, defendant Mitchell's conduct is alleged in overacts in a related indictment and will be proffered at the trials. So they're going to use everything that Brick Baby was saying on those wiretaps against Big U, right? Now I'm telling you, these boys is working, man. We gonna go through some of this shit, man. And you know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button. We gonna go through some of these things, right? Let me see here. Yeah, we gonna go through some of these things, man. Facts. Straight up. Let me see here. Let me see. Hold up. This was Brick Baby. I can review it with consideration. Yeah, one notice. Let me see here. Okay. So they got this right here, this document already written out. Hold up, we're gonna go through this thing. Now, I wanna go to Luce Cannon's docket in a second. You hear me? I wanna go to Luce Cannon's docket because they updated Luce Cannon's shit, right? And I gotta show y'all that one. Let me see here. All right. So, let me see here. They updated Luce Cannon shit, right? This docket here is and Luce Cannon is on Big U's case, right? Order retransferred pursuant to general order. So he says, I hereby consent to transfer the above entitled case to my calendar. So the judge got this case. A rise out of the same conspiracy, common scheme, transaction, series of transactions or events. Right? Hold up. Yeah. Let me go to this other document. They got some new documents in here though for Luce Cannon, right? And we gonna go over them. We're going over these together. You hear me? So it's right here. This was 4-4. Appointed counsel. Let me see, arraignment case. This is arraignment of a case. Court does not question defendants as a true name. As to true name, defendant is arraigned under name on charging documents. Defendant acknowledges having read the charges document and discussed it with counsel. Defendant pleads not guilty. Let me make it a little bigger for y'all. Not guilty on all counts of the charged documents. This defendant is assigned to Judge Wesley Hessu. It is ordered that the following dates and times are set for jury trial. So Luce Cannon's trial is set for 5/19 at 9 a.m. That's next month. Luce Cannon trial is set for next month. The pre-trial conference is set for 5/9, 10:30 a.m. And the government counsel provides trial estimate of 2 to 3 weeks. It's going to be located in 9B, Los Angeles, United States Courthouse. Let's see here. Okay. Notice of related cases. Now I want to show y'all this here. Notice of related cases now. We got the notice of related cases. All right. So this here has Big U and Luce Cannon on there and everybody that was in the indictment, right? Now, plaintiff United States of America hereby informs the court that the above entitled criminal cases may be related to United States versus Zaire Mitchell, which is Brick Babies. So Luce Cannon's case is related to Brick Babies' case, but y'all see they got them on the same damn pod. You know, they say they sellies, you know, which it could be, but we don't know, but they are together because they keep jumping on the phone together, right? But it says that their case with Big U is related to Zaire Mitchell. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, you hear me? It says was previously assigned to the Honorable Fernando L. Anel, right? The case arises out of the same conspiracy, common scheme, transaction, series of transactions, right? And y'all see this right here. Now this here is the same docket that I just read, right? And this docket is in Luce Cannon's docket, as well as it is in Brick Baby's docket. The same docket now, the same paperwork that was filed inside of Luce Cannon's docket. But they're together in the jail now. So we all know that their case is linked. And with a case being linked like that, I doubt that they would put them together knowing that these dudes are on the same case unless it was beneficial. It was a common goal for the government to have them together. If we being real, right? Let me see here. Hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button for me. I appreciate y'all. Hold on. We gonna go over some of this shit. Let me see here. Memorandum from the U.S. Attorney. Let me see here. when you see this here, hold up. This is the, hold up. This right here, hold up, y'all. United States versus Eugene Henley Jr. Now this is all in Luce Cannon's docket now. You hear me? He said Assistant U.S. Attorney, Criminal Division from Kevin J. Butler. To Brian Carr, Clerk, United States District, Central California. Right? And this is from Brian Carr, United States Court, Central District, California. Clerk. All right. This is the prosecutor, I guess, Kevin Butler. It says the above reference matter being filed on March 26, 2025 relates to 1, a matter that was pending in the USAO on or before January 13, 2023. The date and the Honorable Stephanie S. Christians resigned from her position as the first Assistant United States Attorney from Central District of California. Or 2, a matter in which Stephanie S. Christensen was personally involved or about what she was personally consulted while employed in the USAO between April 2008, July 2023. The memorandum. Hold up. Yeah. We going through the docket, you hear me? Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button and share this video because we ready to get to the indictment and run through that. They got a lot more than what was out there before. So make sure y'all hit that subscribe and share. Let me see here. We going right through this joint. You hear me? Facts. All right. And I'm letting y'all see all the docs. I'm letting everybody see all the docs now. What we got here? Tremaine Ashley Williams. Let me see here. Indictment. Los Angeles. Hold on. In the Western District. Hold up. And y'all see this here. It says must match notice of related. So this here is Tremaine Ashley Williams, the USA, the government versus Luce Cannon now, right? FBI. And it says the related case is Brick Baby, Zaire Mitchell. But they got both of them together, right? And solely on this charge, the date of arrest 3/19. Violent crimes, firearms, right? Defendant is charged only counts 2 and 3. He's charged with count 2 and 3 in the indictment. Let me see. You hear me? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, man. Share this video, man. Yeah. Citation of offense 18 USC 1951. 18 USC. Let me see here. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me see some. 18 USC 1951. Interference with commerce by threats or violence. Let me see here. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Let me see this right here. Hold up. You know, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me, you hear me? Let me see here. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright, this right here. And it says, now I want y'all to listen to this, because it said that Luce Cannon was charged with, 2 and 3, right? So we're gonna see here. Let me see. It says, what does it say? The term extortion means obtaining of property from another with his consent, induced by wrongfully use of actual or threatened force, violence, or fear, or under color of official right. The term commerce means commerce within the District of Columbia or any territory or possession of the United States. All commerce between any point in a state territory, possession of the District of Columbia, and any point outside, therefore, all commerce between points within the same state through any place outside of such state, and all other commerce over which the United States has jurisdiction. So from my understanding, they definitely talking about extortion. From my understanding, they definitely talking about extortion for Luce Cannon. Straight up. Let me see here. Yeah. From my understanding, they definitely talking about, extortion going back and forth. Yeah, KO. Cali to Vegas. That's what it looked like. So, now, okay. Let's go to the next joint. You hear me? See, it's the stuff that we gotta go over. You hear me? Now this is gonna be the ride for us. You hear me? This is gonna be the ride for us. You hear me? Facts. Now, and I gotta say this, right? Because y'all remember, right? Whack 100 saying that phone call was in October, right? With Dale. So if you look right here, October 2024, the grand jury, I guess, seen this shit. The grand jury, this shit was already in the making. So y'all see this, right? And y'all remember, Whack 100 said back in October. So we gonna check over that one again. You hear me? Straight up. I want y'all to, stay locked in, man. I appreciate all y'all. I want y'all to hear that again. Because Whack 100 said in October now, that phone call with Dale, and now he's trying to, mislead everybody and switch up everything he's saying. I want y'all to understand that, right? Now Whack is trying to switch up all the stuff that he's saying so that he can confuse people, because he understands that he has a great deal of influence on the internet, right? And y'all already know we ain't going for it, right? But hold up.
I know the nigga personally. I know Victim 1. I know him, did business with him. He was just on my phone. Yeah, I know him. I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do read dispensary and he book shows. I know the nigga. Now Luce is all the way up. Luce up because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th, March 14th, which lets me know when they was having that phone call, Dale's phone was hot. So, yes, I got the whole call. Call f***ed up. It's bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, and them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th. And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said, what? Big U's hot. He working. I'm not going to lie. He admitted it. I work it. I told him Big U been extorting me. That nigga. Whack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, set out to me and it was fair business. We made a deal, we negotiated, you shook hands, you left. You left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver artists, you always delivered. But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And him and Luce got to talking about whatever they was talking about. And thinking about it is like, yeah, this is going to turn out up because they was just on my phone in October and Dale and Luce Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
Now, the indictment now, this shit here is going in a little bit more in detail, you know, and we gonna go over this shit. You know what I'm saying? If you haven't already hit that subscribe button, man, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button and share this video, man. We about to read through this one. Facts. The Racketeering, Influence, and Corruption Organization Conspiracy. Conspiracy to interfere with commerce by robbery and extortion. Interference with commerce by robbery and extortion, and attempted interference with commerce by extortion. Transportation of an individual in interstate commerce with the intent that the individual engage in prostitution, wire fraud, embezzlement, conversion, intentional misapplication of funds from organizations receiving federal funds, bank fraud, attempt to evade and defeat the assessment and payment of income tax, willful failure to file a tax return, criminal forfeiture. Now, these are the, you know, this is the indictment. And we're going to read through this motherfucker. You hear me? You already know how we do. We go in. Tonight, we going to read through this motherfucker. Straight up. Because this one here has a little bit more of the breakdown. And it has visuals. They got pictures and everything. You know what I'm saying? This one here got pictures and everything. It's a little different. So make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button and share this video. We gonna get to it, man. And I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? Facts. I gotta get some water for this one. We gonna be going through this one. Facts. At times relevant to this indictment, defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as AKA Big U, AKA Onk, AKA Draws, AKA Hannibal, AKA Hannibal Muhammad, AKA Anybody Killer, AKA Dave Austin, was self-admitted member and original gangster of the OG of the Rolling 60s neighborhood Crips. The Rolling 60s, a violent street gang founded and operated in Los Angeles, California. The defendant, Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, was a criminal partner of defendant Henley. Defendant Robinson was a year-long associate and confidant of defendant Henley and served as his right-hand man, underboss, and enforcer. Defendant Mark Martin, aka Bear Claw, was a criminal partner of defendant Henley and also a self-admitted member of the Rolling 60s. Defendant Martin was a close confidant and trusted lieutenant of defendant Henley. Defendant Martin also owned and operated under the Hood Muscle Cars, located at 1613 West 134th Street, Gardena, California. Defendant Henley and Martin co-founded Unique Music Entertainment, Inc. Unique Music, an independent record label. Defendant Henley was a chief executive officer, and Defendant Martin was a chief financial officer of the Ex-Offender Fellowship Network, a purported California registered charitable organization under 26 USC, which did business as Developing Options and was also sometimes referred to as Unique Ballers, Crenshaw Youth Football and Cheer, and Crenshaw Ballers, hereinafter referred to as Developing Options. Defendant Robbins was on Developing Options employee payroll. Defendant Henley also was sole proprietor and owner of the related company Celebrity Socks, which did business as Unique Socks. Development Options' purported objective was to be a service and charitable organization providing alternative choices to the gang violence, narcotic offenses, and other criminal activities for South Los Angeles youth. Development Options, also depicted in the below image, claims to devote resources to inner city athletic organizations such as the Crenshaw Rams. They got a picture of the spot right there. Guess that was the location right there. They got a picture of the location. Y'all see that? The city of Los Angeles, a unit of local government in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California, awarded Development Options an annual $550,000 grant, which was federally funded as part of the City of Los Angeles Gang Reduction Youth Development Grid Program. From on or about July 1st, 2018 to or about June 30th, 2023, Development Options was allotted $2,352,000. So they looked out for Development Options over those years from 2018 to 2023. From the mayor's office of the city of Los Angeles, Defendant Henley duties and responsibility as chief executive officer of Development Options, including ensuring that Development Options remained in compliance with its contracts with the city of Los Angeles. And the mayor's office, which included providing a budget and hiring and compensation of employees complying with general reporting requirements of the contract, and otherwise serving as leader of Development Options. Defendant Henley responsibilities also included ensuring Development Options compliance with the mandatory grid handbook as set forth in the contracts. Those requirements including but were not limited to submitting all employees for background checks in order to work under the grid contracts, certifying Development Options employees training with the Los Angeles Violent Intervention Training Academy and Member Action Resources Center, and general compliance with the requirements outlined in the grid handbook. As Chief Financial Officer, Defendant Martin shared with Defendant Henley the responsibility of ensuring Development Options compliance with the grid handbook. Defendant Henley, Robinson, and Martin, the racketeering enterprise. Count 1. At all times relevant to the indictment, Defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U, aka Big Draws, Hannibal, all that, right? Dave Austin, Sylvester, Bear Claws, and other known and unknown to the grand jury were members of the association, member and associates of the criminal organization that engaged in, among other things, acts of violence, frauds, and other crimes, including murder, robbery, extortion, human trafficking, and embezzlement. This organization, referred to as hereinafter as the Big U Enterprise, operated within the Central District of California and elsewhere. The Big U Enterprise included in its leaders, members, and associates constituted an enterprise as defined by Title 18 United States Code Section 1961. That is a group of individuals associated in fact that engaged in and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce. The Big U enterprise constituted an ongoing organizations whose members and associates function as a continuing unit for the common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Big U enterprise. Purpose of the enterprise. The purpose of the Big U enterprise included, but were not limited to, the following: enriching Big U's enterprise members and associates by using the power and status of Big U enterprise and defendant. Henley and his reputation as the original gangster of the rolling 60s to commit extortion, robbery, and fraud and other crimes, promoted protecting and expanding the power, reputation, and profits of the Big U enterprise and its members and associates through the use of intimidation, fear, violence, threats of violence, assaults, extortion, and murder, using social media platforms, documentaries, podcasts, interviews, and defendant Henley's reputation and status to create fame for and stoke fear of the Big U enterprise and its members of associates. Now, before I read on, right, I gotta say this. This is the same shit that Whack 100 does. If we being real, this is the same shit that he does. He goes on podcasts and his podcast to instoke fear in people to let them know that this is what happens if you come mess with me. Straight up. Because he said that on Clubhouse. It's the same exact shit, right? But we see they haven't locked Whack 100 up at all, right? So, financially enriching Big U's enterprise members and associates by defrauding donor to nonprofit entities under the control of the Big U enterprise and members associates, including developing options. Financially enriching Big U enterprise members and associates by defrauding federal, state, and local agencies, the awarded grants and other financial supports to nonprofit entities under the control of Big U enterprises and its members and associates, including developing options. Financially enriching Big U's enterprise members and associates by defrauding federal agencies and mortgage lending businesses to make loans to employees and entities under the control of Big U enterprises and its members and associates, including unique music and developing options. Gratifying Big U's enterprise members and associates by trafficking and exploiting sex workers. Concealing and protecting the illegal activities of the Big U enterprise and its members and associates from detection by law enforcement through means that include, among other things, witness tampering and obstruction of justice. Does that sound like somebody else we know? Come on now, the same shit. You know, these guys were trying to find out where Marciano was for a minute. They got on the phone with me, acting like they knew where he was at, that they talked to him, and they was the guys that beat him. They was the guys that lined the situation up. Now, does that sound familiar, y'all? Straight up. Let's be real now. Means and methods to the enterprise. Among the means and the methods by which members of the association of the Big U enterprise conducted is participated in the conduct of the affairs of the Big U enterprise include, but were not limited to, as follows. Members and associates of the Big U enterprise committed and conspired and attempted and threatened to commit acts of violence, including murder, armed assaults, robberies, extortions, acts of intimidations, and threats of violence in order to generate income. Create an atmosphere of fear, protect and expand the Big U enterprise reputation for violence, and expand the Big U enterprise in criminal operations. Members and associates of the Big U enterprise would use defendant Henley's history and reputation, including his connections to violent Rolling 60 street gang, to taunt the Big U enterprise reputation for violence and that the Big U enterprise controlled Los Angeles. As part of the Big U enterprise purported control of Los Angeles, individuals including professional athletes, musicians, and others intended to conduct certain types of business in Los Angeles, including both legitimate business and illicit criminal conduct, were required to check in, which defendant Henley prior to traveling to Los Angeles or engaging in certain activities in order to obtain protection from the Big U enterprise. While in Los Angeles, defendant Henley hosted a podcast titled check in. The opening theme song of which explained when you hop off the plane, check in. Now, that was the dumbest thing that Big U could have did, knowing that he was running pressure on jokers to come to LA. You started a podcast called Check In when you already identified what checking in is, how you would handle people if they didn't check in. If you don't check in, we'll check you in. But you name a podcast that, and it lets me know to understand, why people say that Big U isn't that smart. Because why would you start a podcast for people to check in, knowing that you done told everybody, nigga, this is what happens if you don't check in. If you don't check in, you get checked in. Come on, man. Straight up. Because if not, shit got hot. You better check in. The check-in includes both a payment to Big U Enterprise as well as requesting permission from defendant Henley to conduct certain activities, including acts of violence that were sanctioned by the Big U Enterprise. As defendant Henley described in a documentary film that he produced about his life titled Hip Hop Uncovered, if I don't pick up the phone, that can mean death for somebody. Hold up, Big U. God damn. You said that in a podcast, nigga? If I don't pick up the phone, that can mean death for somebody? Man. On the Nothing to Something podcast, defendant Henley said, you're going to check in. You could choose not to, and it's going to be a problem. If you choose not to check in, you suffer the consequences. You feel like you got something bigger than what's there, and it's not checking in. It's basically an act of war. It ain't not one human being who not going to check in. In a video defendant Henley recorded of a film crew in Los Angeles Hyde Park neighborhood in or about 2017, as depicted in the image below, defendant Henley claims anytime you want to do movies in the hood, you just check it in. But if you don't check in, we're going to check you in, all right? This is what I just said. We all seen that. Big U put that shit out to the world. If you don't check in, we'll check you in. We're going to check you in all your equipment. Come on, man. So people think Big U is going to get out of this shit easy. See, dudes better worry about Big U rolling over on jokers. Straight up. Because Big U doesn't have a fight. Big U has no fight in this case. Big U was running straight pressure on niggas. He was checking niggas in. If you don't check in, like they said, he was destroying your equipment. Straight up. If you do any business in the hood in Los Angeles and you didn't check in, they was putting pressure on you. And they thought it was a joke, but the shit backfired on them. Facts. While members and associates of the Big U Enterprise used defendant Henley as the Big U Enterprise history and reputation in order to control Los Angeles through violence, fear, and intimidation, defendant Henley simultaneously attempted to create an air of legitimacy for himself publicly, by promoting himself as a reformed gang member focused on bettering his community through purported nonprofit organizations he founded, such as Development Options, and by soliciting donations from celebrities and grants from governments and foundations to these charitable organizations. In actuality, defendant Henley and other members of the association of the Big U Enterprise used these purported nonprofit entities to enrich and further the objectives of the Big U Enterprise, including by embezzling funds meant as charitable donations to the nonprofit entities, using the nonprofit entities fraudulently applying for government assistance and loans, using the nonprofit entities to falsify employment and financial records to personally benefit members and associates of the Big U Enterprise. Members and associates of the Big U Enterprise would discipline other members and associates of the Big U enterprise who acted in ways seen as detrimental to the Big U enterprise, or other individuals who were seen as disrespecting the Big U enterprise or its members, including through threats and acts of violence such as assault, kidnapping, and murder. Shwoo. And I think that they have some type of evidence to more than just that one homicide, allegedly, that they say Big U had involvement in. You know, I think people said a lot more than they presented from the beginning, being as though that we, reading this indictment and checking this shit out, right? Members and associates of the Big U enterprise would avoid detection and apprehension by law enforcement by, among other activities, attempt to thwart and evade law enforcement surveillance, destroying video surveillance and other evidence, threatening and pursuing victims or witnesses of crimes committed by members of the associates of the Big U enterprise to avoid interactions with or to provide untruthful statements or testimonies to law enforcement. The racketeering conspiracy. Beginning no later than on or around 2010 and continuing to on or about March 19, 2025 in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Henley Robinson and Martin and other known and unknown to the grand jury, each being a person employed by the associated with the Big U enterprise and enterprise engaged in the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly and intentionally conspired to violate Title 18 United States Code Section 1962. That is, to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in conduct of the affairs of the Big U enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activities as that term is defined in Title 18 United States Code Section 1961 and 1961-1 and 1961-5, which pattern of racketeering considered multiple acts involving murder, chargeable under Nevada revised statute section, all these sections. Kidnapping, chargeable under Nevada revised status. Robbery, chargeable under California Penal Code. Extortion, chargeable under California Penal Code. And Title 18 United States Code Section 1341 related to wire fraud. Title 18 United States Code Section 1344 related to financial institution fraud. Title 18 United States Code Section 1951 related to interference with the commerce, robbery, and extortion. And Title 18 United States Code Section 2421 related to interstate transportation for purpose of prostitution. It was part of the conspiracy that each defendant agreed that a co-conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering in the conduct of affairs of the Big U enterprise, over acts, in furtherance of the conspiracy and to accomplish its objects or on or about the following dates. Defendant Henley Robinson and Martin, together with others known and unknown to the grand jury, committed a willfully cause to be committed various over act within the Central District of California and elsewhere, including but not limited to the following. So here it says defendant Henley and Robinson drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, where defendant Henley kidnapped and murdered victim R.W., a unique music artist who defendant Henley believed had disrespected the Big U enterprise. So this here says defendant Henley arranged for victim R.W. to record at the music studio in Las Vegas and then confronted victim R.W. for lack of production. And they already stated that they got the people that was in the studio to verify that Big U left. The people that put the equipment in there, the recording equipment, that Big U took the video equipment, So these people already verified this shit. That Big U came back sweaty from the gym and all that. You hear me? So, we gonna read through this shit though, man. Make sure y'all stay locked in and hit that subscribe button, man. Y'all know we going in. We gonna read through this indictment so that people that don't have the ability to see it, that they can hear it. And I appreciate all y'all for rocking with me, man. Hit that like button, hit that share button, and subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you. Overact number 1. In January 2021, defendant Henley, using his influence and reputation of the Big U Enterprise, arranged for victim RW to record music at the studio owned by Grammy-winning producer, The Producer, in Las Vegas, Nevada, the studio. Overact number 2. In January 2021, the defendant Henley directed KF, an employee of Unique Music, arranged for the victim RW air travel to Las Vegas on January 19, 2001, and expected to return to Los Angeles on January 26, 2021. Overact 3. January 2021, at defendant Henley's direction, KF also arranged for victim RW's logging in the Airbnb in Las Vegas. The Airbnb also from January 19, 2001 to January 26, so that victim RW could record music at the studio on behalf of Unique Music. Overact number 4. On January 23, 2021, defendant Henley and Robinson drove from Los Angeles to Las Vegas in a Lexus sedan, the sedan to confront victim RW about his lack of production in the studio. Overact number 5. On January 2021, approximately 2 a.m., defendant Henley arrived at Airbnb in a sedan and asked victim RW why RW had not been in the studio the previous day, wasting studio time and disrespecting Unique Music and the Big U Enterprise. The defendant Henley kidnapped and murdered victim RW for perceived disrespect to the Big U Enterprise. So, Whack 100 says that this shit wasn't supposed to be, or it wasn't included in the RICO. And plain as day, this shit is in here. That homicide in Vegas is included in this shit. Straight up. I don't know what Whack 100 was talking about. This shit here is saying these are the overacts. So, the kidnap and murder victim RW for perceived disrespect to the Big U Enterprise. On January 24, 2021, defendant Henley and Robinson arrived in a sedan at the studio where victim RW was scheduled to record a song. On January 24, 2021, at direction of defendant Henley, victim RW recorded a song at the studio before midnight. On January 25, 2021, at approximately 12:58 a.m., defendant Henley 2 phones stopped reporting location and data, indicating that they were turned off or placed on airplane mode while in the vicinity of the studio. On January 25, 2021, defendant Henley drove victim RW from the studio to the Airbnb in a sedan. On January 25, 2021, at approximately 1:20 a.m., victim RW left the Airbnb with his suitcase packed and entered a sedan with defendant Henley. One day before victim RW's scheduled checkout from the Airbnb and one day before victim RW's flight to Los Angeles. On January 25, 2021, defendant Henley drove victim RW north of Las Vegas in the Interstate 15 near the Apex Regional Landfill. On January 25, 2021, defendant Henley drove south on Interstate 15 back to Las Vegas. On January 25th, 2021, at approximately 2:15 a.m., defendant Henley's 2 phones both began reporting location data again, indicating that they were turned on or taken out of airplane mode, while defendant Henley was continuing to drive south from Interstate 15 to US 95 back to Las Vegas. On January 2025, on January 25th, 2021, at approximately 2:20 a.m., Defendant Henley called Defendant Robbins, who was still at the studio. On January 25th, 2021, at approximately 2:30 a.m., Defendant Henley returned to the studio, telling an employee at the studio that he had gone to the gym. On January 25th, 2021, victim RW's body was found off Interstate 15 in the area depicted below with multiple gunshot wounds to the head. So this is where they found the body of RW at. You know, this is where they found the body of Rayshawn Williams. Big U Enterprise members and associates attempted to cover up the murder. So people are giving details about this shit. So of course, they got a lot here now. On January 25th, 2021, Defendant Henley contacted the producer to inform him that Nevada homicide detectives would be interviewing the producer about the death of victim RW. On January 26, 2021, Defendant Henley contacted the producer and demanded the producer and his employees leave the studio premises. On January 26, 2021, at Defendant Henley's direction, Big U Enterprise Associates DS and other known and unknown to the grand jury removed portions of the security system from the studio, including security video and data from the time victim RW and Defendant Henley's and Robinson's were present at the studio prior to victim RW's murder. On January 27, 2021, at approximately 10:03 p.m., KF asked Airbnb owner if there were cameras on the property. So, you know, it's a lot of suspicions, and, you know, these guys was questioning about this shit. So when they was questioned, I guarantee you they told why they questioned this shit. So I really think Big U is definitely in a major situation that I don't think no way he's getting out of this shit. On January 27, 2021, KF directed the owner of the account that he used to book victim RW's Airbnb not to speak with law enforcement about victim RW's murder. On February 3rd, 2021, KF falsely told law enforcement that he did not know the address of the studio and did not have a phone number for or any way to contact Defendant Henley. On December 31st, 2022, so this was a year, damn near two, yeah, this was a year later, damn near 2 years. It's damn near 2 years later. So on an intercepted call, Defendant Henley explained his motive for committing murders on behalf of the Big U Enterprise, stating, "What you guys see on the internet, y'all keep hearing other people who don't have nothing to talk about but sell. Let me explain something to you. I would have had a problem with any man, color, creed, or king or kind. That issue would have been resolved and he wouldn't be here, or I wouldn't be here. I ain't no kid, nothing. And it damn near nobody who been in this motherfucker longer than me can stand against me. And me be who I am. If I had a problem with any man, this wouldn't be so funny to me. I'm still who they say I am." So that intercepted call, Big U talking about, if he had a problem with a joker, they wouldn't be here, or he wouldn't be here. He's saying that he would go all the way out if he got a problem with somebody. And they got this on recording. And trust and believe, if Big U goes to trial, they're going to play that recording to the jury. This is the problem with these dudes, man. They talk on the phone like it ain't shit. Whack 100, Luce Cannon, all them niggas was talking on the phone reckless. So you can't tell me that them people haven't paid them a visit, right? Straight up. Big U Enterprise members and associates attempted to invade law enforcement and control and intimidate witnesses to the murder. So the witnesses that they had done admitted to the feds that Big U was trying to intimidate them, man. Y'all hear that shit, right? The witnesses to the murder, that known information, they were intimidated by Big U about any information they had. And with that being said, they said something. You hear me? On February 14, 2023, to invade law enforcement interactions regarding victim RW's murder, defendant Henley's wife, SH, falsely informed detectives that defendant Henley did not live at his residence full time. So, you know that's a crime, right? That's why they say anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Lying to the feds is a crime, man. It's better not to say shit. But when you start lying, that shit's a crime. Straight up. So I'm wondering if Big U's wife told the truth after they presented to her that she was lying about what she said. On February 14, 2023, on a intercepted call after speaking with detectives, SH called defendant Henley from defendant Henley's father's phone to warn defendant Henley that detectives were seeking to discuss victim RW's murder with defendant Henley, and defendant Henley asked how many officers were there. Beginning on February 14, 2023, to invade law enforcement interactions regarding victim RW's murder, defendant Henley did not return home to his residence for multiple days. On February 14, 2023, to evade law enforcement interactions regarding victims RW's murder, defendant Henley switched cars with defendant Robbins. On February 14, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley called defendant Martin to schedule a meeting to discuss victim RW's murder and evading law enforcement. On February 14, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley called DS to discuss victim RW's murder. On February 16, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told DS that defendant Henley was traveling to Las Vegas and followed in the following days where the producer was located. On February 21st, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley ordered his son not to talk to anyone about victim RW's murder. On February 21st, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told SH to call KF's mother, but to do so on an encrypted FaceTime application to discuss victim RW's murder. They got all this shit now. On February 21st, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told SH to careful what she discussed on the phone regarding victim RW's murder. On February 21st, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley arranged meetings with defendant Martin and Robbins. On February 23rd, 2023, as captured on hidden recording devices, surreptitiously placed inside under a hood muscle car, and after law enforcement attempted to contact defendant Henley and Martin, defendant Henley speculated whether they were under law enforcement surveillance for victim RW's murder. Hold up. Y'all see that now? So they had a hidden fucking recorder device under the hood of the muscle cars. And they recorded. Now y'all see how them people play real fucking crafty now, y'all. Big U didn't even know this shit. Them niggas had recording and tracking devices under the cars. Straight up. And he was talking freely. And after law enforcement attempted to contact defendant Henley and Martin, defendant Henley speculated whether they were under law enforcement surveillance for victim RW's murder. Shwoo. For years, members and associates of Big U Enterprise extorted victims through actually and threatened force, violence, fear, and intimidation. Defendant Henley sent defendant Robbins and others to rob victim 1 and a marijuana dispensary at gunpoint, and victim 1 stopped making extortion payments. So after Dale stopped making payments, Big U sent niggas after him. You hear me? Straight up. After making payments, Big U sent niggas after Dale to extort him. And we all know Luce Cannon was involved in that. So we're going to see, as we read this, what we stumble upon. All right. For years, defendant Henley extorted victim 1, a music and club promoter who transitioned into a partnership with an unlicensed marijuana dispensary located in Los Angeles for up to $25,000 per month in extortion fees until victim 1 started to ignore defendant Henley's calls. On July 5th, 2021, when victim 1 had been ignoring defendant Henley's calls demanding extortion payments, defendant Robbins, Big U Enterprise member of self-proclaimed Rolling 60s, member Termaine Ashley Williams, aka Luce Cannon. Y'all see that now. And we got Luce Cannon in here. And now this is giving a little more detail. And approximately 9 other individuals, all acting at defendant Henley's direction, traveled to the dispensary and committed a robbery. On July 5th, 2021, defendant Robbins, Williams, and other known and unknown to the grand jury stole products, cash, multiple personal items from those in the dispensary, including victim 1. On July 5th, 2021, shortly after the robbery, victim 1 dispensary, defendant Henley invited victim 1 to defendant Henley's home, where Henley, Williams, and other robbers were present, and many of the items robbed from the dispensary were on display. It's the same thing that Luce Cannon said on the call when he said, y'all used to beat us back to the house. You remember when we took everything, right? So he thinks he's going to get bail after this, and his girlfriend thinks that they're just going to let him go after this? Nah, I don't think so. On July 5th, 2021, at defendant Henley's home with the robbers and the items robbed from victim 1's dispensary present, defendant Henley told victim 1, that's how you rob yourself. On July 5th, 2021, at defendant Henley's home with the robbers and the items robbed from victim 1's dispensary present, defendant Henley returned a portion of robbery proceeds to the victim 1 and told victim 1 that he would need to pay $10,000 to prevent future robberies. On July 5th, 2021, at defendant Henley's home with the robbers and the items robbed from victim 1 dispensary present, defendant Henley directed victim 1 to identify other marijuana businesses that could similarly be robbed and offered to provide victim 1 with a portion of the robbery proceeds from target victims identified. On November 11th, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley and the Big U Enterprise member and self-proclaimed Rolling 60s member Zaire Mitchell, aka Brick Baby. Zaire Mitchell, aka Brick Baby, right? Coordinated how Mitchell would give defendant Henley the proceeds from the robbery that Mitchell committed. They all talked about this shit on No Jumper, right? Because I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? The day before the feds came and grabbed up Brick Baby and Luce Cannon, they talked about how a robbery happened and that Brick Baby had to call Luce Cannon to get something back. You understand what I'm saying? So they detailed more shit, right? But Brick Baby was on a wiretap and he talked about a robbery. You hear me? About giving defendant Henley the proceeds from the robbery. On November 11, 2022, in an intercepted call and text messages, while defendant Henley talked with Big U Enterprise Associates, Frederick Blayton Jr., Blayton, the defendant Robbins, to help defendant Henley collect from Mitchell's associates. Blayton said they robbed the nigga for some shit. They made a nigga call his plug and they booked him. To which defendant Henley responded, I'ma grab half of whatever he got them. I'ma give it to Vay and Vay can bring the rest to you. On November 11, 2022, in an intercepted call, defendant Henley can be heard counting money and stating that it ain't nothing but 2 or 3 racks, in which Blayton responded, Brick Baby said it was supposed to be 5 to 7, man. Gotta make that call out the brick, man. On March 3rd, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley described the modest apprentice of Big U Enterprise robberies, which included robbing individuals but not taking everything from them so they could continue to work, be robbed, identify other robbery targets, and buy the stolen items back from the Big U Enterprise. Defendant Henley and Robbins continued to extort victim 1 and others. On July 9th, 2021, defendant Robbins tasked victim 1 with identifying additional robbery victims for defendant Henley and Robinson. Overt Act 48. On July 9th, 2021, defendant Robbins told victim 1 that although victim 1 had paid a portion of extortion debt to defendant Henley, victim 1 had not paid all of it. On August 6, 2021, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Robbins told victim 1, trying to lick somebody that ain't even hard. All that shit is just, this ain't working. Man, I'm like, man, I'm in the wrong business, homie. On September 2nd, 2021, defendant Henley told victim 1 that any proceeds victim 1 received from a separate business owner must be paid to defendant Henley. They was putting straight full court press on Dale. Straight up. On September 3rd, 2021, defendant Robbins told victim 1 that defendant Robbins needed to tell defendant Henley something about victim 1's outstanding extortion debt, and to appease defendant Henley's, victim 1 said that he could pay either $500 or $1,000. On September 15, 2021, defendant Robinson demanded payment from victim 1 for defendant Henley, but stated that he was allowed victim 1 to pay the full day, the following day. On September 20th, 2021, defendant Henley and the victim 1 discussed how the portions of the extortion payment would be divided between defendant Henley and Robinson, rolling 60s, and victim 1. On September 20th, 2021, defendant Robinson discussed with victim 1 how defendant Robinson and Henley were taxing victim 1. On September 23rd, 21, and intimidate victim 1, defendant Henley expressed his frustration that victim 1 and others extortion victims, a local business owner, were not paying their extortion payments to the Big U Enterprise. This nigga Big U was retarded. Boy, oh boy. Big U was retarded, man. You really thought you was gonna live off extorting people forever? Big damn dummy. Big U was a big dummy, man. Straight up. On October 19, 2021, to intimidate victim 1, Defendant Henley told victim 1 the defendant was taking over the extortion of the business and taking the profits from every fifth table sold at the establishment. On October 22nd, 2021, defendant Henley asked victim 1 why victim 1 was calling defendant Henley instead of paying his extortion debt. On October 22nd, 2021, defendant Robinson provided victim 1 a phone number for Big U Enterprise associates to send electronic extortion payments. Big U had these niggas paying extortion and everything was tracked. This nigga is retarded. Big U's retarded, man. Big U thought he literally was gonna operate like this, I guess, forever. Big dummy. On November 10th, 2021, defendant Henley directed victim 1 to start running an illegal marijuana shop to pay rent to Big U Enterprise. On November 29, 2021, defendant Robinson directed victim 1 to pay defendant Henley $1,000 on a weekly basis. On November 29, 2021, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Robbins asked victim 1 where another extortion victim lived so that defendant Robbins and Henley could fuck him up. On November 29, 2021, victim 1 paid defendant Henley $500 extortion payment. Big U was just straight big dummy. On December 11, 2021, defendant Robbins and victim 1 how much extortion money victim 1 had for defendant Henley, and it stated that defendant Henley was going to want at least $1,000. On December 17th, it's how you know Big U ain't had no fucking money though. Big U was broke. Extorting a nigga for $1,000, nigga, you was broke, nigga. Straight up. And you got $2.2 million in motherfucking grant money. Come on, man. On December 17, 2021, defendant Robinson asked victim 1 how much extortion money victim 1 would have, discussed cash and electronic payments. Nigga was paying this shit electronically. Probably sending a nigga shit on Cash App and shit. Crazy. On December 18, 2021, defendant Robbins asked victim 1 how much extortion money victim 1 would have. On January 20, 2022, defendant Robinson extorted $1,000 in cash from victim 1, defendant Henley and Big U Enterprise. On February 17, 2022, victim 1 requested an extension from the defendant Robinson regarding extortion payment, and defendant Robinson told him he had been holding defendant Henley off already. Damn. Dale was asking for extensions on the payments. God damn. Man, I can't make that $1,000 right now, man. Can I get it to you next week? That's some ill shit, man. See, honestly, man, if you know what, man, what? Man, somebody would have got checked the fuck out, man. Straight up. How the hell I'm supposed to function running around when you just taking everything the fuck I got and I gotta try to get a motherfucking payment plan to hit you later? Nigga, fuck it, man. We might as well just check him the fuck out. Shit, Big U would have been gone. Fuck all that. Nigga would have took the risk. That's some crazy shit for a nigga to put that kind of pressure on somebody continuously. What? You got to be crazy. On February 17, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robinson $1,000 extortion fee. On February 19, 2021, Henley called victim 1 and demanded $1,500 real quick. Yo, I need $1,500 right now. Crazy. On April 3rd, 2022, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that defendant Henley was increasing victim 1's taxes to $3,500. God damn. Damn. What? Man, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, man. Share this video. On April 9th, 2022, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that other individuals were paying the Big U Enterprise $2,500 to $3,000 so the defendant Henley could purchase SH a $30,000 necklace. Man, I would have been like, man, Fuck that nigga's wife, nigga. Shit. Fuck her. Straight up. Fuck her. Fuck her. I ain't, what? Man, are you crazy? Fuck her. Fuck her. Fuck her. Shit. I might have went to go see her. Straight up. Where she worked at. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm giving you my motherfucking money and I can barely make the fucking payments? Fuck out of here, nigga. Hey, yo, man. Hey, man. What? Hey, man. Oh, I guess that's how it work out there. What? You gotta be fucking crazy. What? Out this way, a nigga would have been crashed the fuck out. Straight up. I ain't even gonna lie. On this coast, somebody would have been crashed the fuck out. Fuck that. Fuck it. I'ma take a risk. You gotta be fucking crazy if I'm going to pay your ass continuously. But you know, I gotta think about it like this. Maybe they knew Dell was weak. That's all I can say. Maybe they knew who to pick with this shit. You fucking crazy, nigga. Big you fucking crazy, nigga. Any nigga operating like that, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? What? Shit. Fucking crazy. Let me see. Hold on, man. That shit fucked me up. I sit there thinking, this nigga taking my money to buy your girl a necklace, nigga. Fuck your girl, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Crazy. Man, I appreciate all y'all watching, man. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video, man. Y'all see we going in. We going through this paperwork. On April 10th, 2022, defendant Robbins told victim 1 that the defendant Henley wanted to collect $2,000 from victim 1 every Monday. Nigga. On April 16, 2022, defendant Henley told victim 1 that he needed a donation for SH's birthday. Man, fuck her birthday. She ain't getting shit. Fuck out of here. Fuck her birthday. Word up. Your man was out here extorting niggas to get you gifts because that nigga was broke. Big U was a big, dumb, broke nigga out here extorting niggas to buy his girl something. Come on, man. Big, dumb, broke ass nigga. Straight up. That shit's fucking crazy. Now we getting to the gritty nitty now. Now we getting to the gritty nitty. On June 5th, 2022, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Henleys and Robbins and demanded victim 1 to stop doing business with WAC 100 because WAC 100 was suspected to be an informant. Y'all hear that now, right? So Dale was doing business with WAC 2. Hold up. What kind of business was Dale and WAC doing? What kind of business was Dale and WAC doing, man? Huh? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video, man. Straight up. What kind of business was Dale and WAC doing? You hear me? Straight up. Now, let's hear this again.
I know the nigga personally. I know victim 1. I know him. Did business with him. He was just on my phone. Yeah, I know him. I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do read the scripts when he book shows. I know the nigga. Now Luce is all the way up. Luce up because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th, March 14th, which lets me know when they was having that phone call, Dale's phone was hot. So, yes, I got the whole call. Call up. It's bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, and them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th. And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said, what? Big U's hot. He working. I'm not gonna lie. He admitted it. I work it. I told him Big U been extorting me. That nigga. Whack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, shut out to me and it was fair business. We made a deal, we negotiated, you shook hands, you left. You left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver orders, you always delivered. But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And him and Luce got to talking about whatever they was talking about. Thinking about it is like, yeah, this is going to turn out up because they was just on my phone in October and Dale and Luce Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
So how I look at this, right? Wack knew Dale been working. Wack was informed by Dale that Big U was saying don't fuck with Wack because Wack is an informant, right? He's suspected to be an informant, right? Wack made sure he got that call locked in with Luce Cannon. Straight up. Wack made sure he got that call locked in because it was on Wack's phone now. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this video, man. We going up. You know I appreciate all y'all rocking with me. On June 22nd, 2022, Defendant Robbins called Victim 1 and demanded money because Defendant Henley had demanded it. On June 22nd, 2022, to intimidate Victim 1, Defendant Robbins told Victim 1 that Defendant Henley had been asking Defendant Robbins if Big U Enterprise needed to do a takeover of Victim 1, referring to the previous takeover robbery in a dispensary after Victim 1 stopped paying the Big U Enterprise extortion fees. On June 22nd, 2022, to intimidate Victim 1, Defendant Robbins told Victim 1 that when a Big U Enterprise member spent time with Defendant Henley, it was necessary to carry a firearm. On July 9, 2022, to intimidate Victim 1, Defendant Henley told Victim 1 that Defendant Henley had seen Wack 100 with his wife and daughter, and there are 15 to 20 niggas with us, with hoodies tied down. I got my hoodie in all black tied down. She like, boom. She jumped in the car, paid for the UI, and then took off. Boom. This nigga screaming, my wife draws. I see you, Eugene. I see you. Eugene Henley, I see you. He's screaming all that. He's got a blower. His blower out. But he's fucked up because nobody's around. We like, bitch ass nigga. I'm like, yeah, bitch ass nigga. He like, die here, man. Don't do this. My wife, my kids in the car. Draws, draws, draws. Don't do this. He's screaming. July 9th, 2022, to intimidate Victim 1, Henley threatened Victim 1, we gotta rob someone. You with the bullshit. You with that bullshit. You said, not right now. We running through this. On July 14th, 2022, Defendant Robbins told Victim 1 that Defendant Henley was angry with Victim 1 and demanded $2,000 from Victim 1. On July 21, 2022, Defendant Henley demanded money from Victim 1 and stated that he needed the money for taxes and the Employment Development Department. On July 31st, 2022, Defendant Henley told Victim 1 that Defendant Henley needed $30,000 to pay his development options staff and was considering a robbery and increased extortion payments to obtain the funds, saying that Defendant Henley did not care if they had to rob Peter to pay Paul. They needed to get down. On July 31st, 2022, Victim 1 paid Defendant Henley $1,500 extortion payment after Defendant Henley told Victim 1 that was bumped that week down to $1,500. On August 4th, 2022, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that victim 1 needed to pay defendant Henley and Robinson. On August 9th, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robinson a $1,500 extortion payment. On September 7th, 2022, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that victim 1 needed to pay what explained how victim 1 could get more time to pay. On September 15, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robinson a $2,000 extortion payment. On September 15, 2022, when victim 1 asked why victim 1 and others were still paying extortion fees to Big U Enterprise, defendant Robinson explained that when defendant Henley got out, he said, "I'm the toughest nigga, and here's my body of work to prove it. And you know, I'm the only nigga still killing niggas today. You niggas retired. I didn't." They understand that. Woo! Goddamn, Big U. You know you done fucked up now, right? Straight up. On September 21st, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robinson's $1,000 extortion payment. On September 28th, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robbins a $2,000 extortion payment. So this nigga paid $1,000 one week, and the following week gave him another $2,020. What the fuck? They was running pressure on Dale. October 2nd, damn, 2022, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that if defendant Robinson was not serving as middleman for victim 1 between victim 1 and defendant Henley, it would be very, very bad for victim 1. Man, shit. I would have took Robinson for a ride. I ain't even going to hold you. Robinson would have been going for a ride. Fuck that. You hear me? Straight up. Robinson would have went for a straight ride. You hear me? He would have went for a ride to the dirt. Nigga, you keep trying to run this reverse psychology on nigga to take the money. God damn. They was running pressure on Dale. On October 2nd, 2022, defendant Robbins stated that 2 people owed the Big U Enterprise $200,000, but defendant Robbins had not yet threatened them with violence. On October 5th, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robbins $2,000 extortion payment. On October 21st, 2022, defendant Henley chastised victim 1 because of an acquaintance of victim 1 had used defendant Henley's name and the statute of Big U Enterprise to increase his reputation in the community. On October 21st, 2022, defendant Henley demanded that victim 1 pay defendant Henley for the victim 1's acquaintance using defendant Henley's name and statute of Big U Enterprise to increase his reputation in the community. On October 21st, 2022, victim 1 asked how to get his acquaintance to pay for using defendant Henley's name and the statute of the Big U Enterprise to increase his reputation in the community. Defendant Henley suggested that victim 1 tie up acquaintance to get the money. God damn. So Big U wanted Dale to tie somebody the fuck up to get that paper. God damn. On October 22nd, 2022, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that defendant Henley and Robinson would be attending an after party at a club that victim 1 was promoting and that a pat down is out because defendant Henley would be in attendance, applying that defendant Henley was armed. On November 3rd, 2022, on an intercepted call discussing victim 1, defendant Henley told defendant Robbins that victim 1 wasted our name and they needed to fix that motherfucker and get our money. Running pressure for a nigga using Big U's name. God damn. On November 10th, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robinson a $2,000 extortion payment. On November 10th, 2020, defendant Robinson and victim 1 did not answer victim 1's phone if defendant Henley called victim 1 because defendant Henley was demanding $5,000 from victim 1. God damn. Big you big goofy. Big goofy. You tried to bleed this nigga to the core. You big dummy. Damn. Damn. Big you bled this nigga to the core. On December 1st, 2022, victim 1 paid defendant Robbins $2,000 extortion payment. On December 1st, 2022, defendant Robbins told victim 1 that defendant Robbins was taking 25 to 50% of the payments from victim 1, depending on how much the extortion payment was. On December 1st, 2022, to intimidate victim 1, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that defendant Henley accused defendant Robbins of getting solved with victim 1 and that defendant Henley was going to fuck up victim 1. On December 7th, 2022, defendant Henley told victim 1 that he owed defendant Henley a lot of money and to bring defendant Henley $2,000 a week. On February 7, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told defendant Robbins that he was going to break victim 1's jaw. On February 14, 2023, on an intercepted call as part of the extortion scheme, defendant Robinson told defendant Henley that defendant Robinson told Jew Boy that he owed the Big U Enterprises money and that they would allow a payment plan, but if he did not pay, they were going to shut this motherfucker down. Big dummy, Big U. Fuck it. I'm gonna start calling Big U Big Dummy. Cause ain't no fucking way you thought this shit was gonna last forever. There's no fucking way that you thought that this shit was going to last forever. On February 15th, 2023, victim 1 paid defendant Robbins a $500 extortion payment. On March 29, 2023, victim 1 paid defendant Robinson a $1,500 extortion payment. On March 29, 2023, defendant Robinson told victim 1 that defendant Robinson was only going to give $1,000 of the $1,500 extortion payment to defendant Henley. On April 11, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley and Blayton discussed an individual whom the Big U Enterprise was planning to rob in the near future. These niggas running around robbing and extorting. See, I gotta be real, man. And you know I rock with y'all out that way. On the East Coast, nigga would have knocked Big U straight the fuck off. Straight up. Ain't no robber running around making a job out of this shit without getting plucked. And I gotta keep it a bean with that shit. There is not one robber on the fucking East Coast that made a living out of that shit and a nigga didn't knock him off. And that's a fact. Anybody running around operating like that, they don't give a fuck how many goons you got at all. They would have knocked your fucking block off. Are you kidding me? All these payments that we reading and this nigga talking about robbing this and robbing that and robbing this and robbing that. What? Man, nigga would have been plucked Big U. Straight up. Nigga would have been plucked Big U. And that's a fact. Reading this shit here? Reading this shit? What? What? Yeah, all right. Hey, man. And niggas talking about free Big U? Man, fuck out of here. Straight up. And you only doing this shit to your own people. Yeah, all right. Fuck out of here. Fuck that. Yo, this shit's crazy. Yeah, this shit is crazy. This shit's crazy. On April 17, 2023, on an intercepted call as part of an extortion scheme, Defendant Henley directed individuals to deliver a message to another dispensary owner that Defendant Henley said, fuck him, right? And that he fucked with the wrong guy. Defendant Henley Robinson and Martin and others extorted victim 2 through actual and threats, force, violence, force, and intimidation. This nigga Big U was tripping, man. That nigga Big U, you went too far, Big U. Straight up. I don't feel sorry for the nigga. Straight up, nigga. That shit wasn't G, nigga. I don't feel sorry for Big U at all. Straight up. I don't feel sorry for Big U. Straight up. Reading this shit, all these payments, you can't mean to tell me all these damn payments we went through, nigga. We on 100 and fucking something payments. It's 112. You can't let me believe that out of 100 and something payments, Big U ain't do none of these motherfuckers. Nah, hell no. And they got dates. Hell no. Man, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button and share this video. We running through this indictment, man. And we gonna run through the whole joint, man. You know I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. Facts. Defendant Henley Robinson and Martin and others extorted victim 2 through actual threats, force, violence, fear, and intimidation. On December 2nd, 2021, victim 2 was hosting Defendant Henley's birthday party at an adult entertainment club in Los Angeles, which victim 2 was a promoter. On December 2nd, 2021, Defendant Henley demanded $30,000 extortion payment from victim 2 for hosting Defendant Henley's birthday party. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. Defendant Henley demanded $30,000 extortion payments from victim 2 hosting Defendant Henley's birthday party. So you mean to tell me that Big U extorted a nigga for $30,000 for this nigga throwing him a birthday party? Man, yo, what? Man, and I guess niggas out there rock with Big U. What? Man, that shit was corny, nigga. That shit was fucking corny. Straight up. That shit was corny. Straight up. Goofy ass niggas. Yo, it's some goofy shit. On December 2nd, 2021, Defendant Henley threatened to have 5,000 the 60s, destroy victim 2 business, and that if he got to tear this motherfucker up, we gonna tear it up. So be ready for that. Be ready for that. Bring me my money. What? Shit, man. What? Yo. Okay. Yeah, all right. What? Okay. On December 2nd, 2021, Defendant Henley further threatened victim 2's business. If victim 2 did not pay, threatened, I'll tear this bitch up. It won't be a club there anymore. Okay. Okay. On December 2nd, 2021, Defendant Robbins and Martin and other known and unknown to the grand jury, including members of the Rolling 60s, confronted victim 2 in his business and extorted $30,000 from him. After Defendant Henley Robbins and Martin extorted $30,000 from victim 2, victim 1 and Defendant Robbins discussed how Defendant Martin transformed that night and how they took all that shit. Okay. Okay. How they took all that shit. Okay. On November 10th, 2022, what did it say? Defendant Henley paid to transport woman from Los Angeles to Las Vegas for prostitution. On November 10th, 2022, on an intercepted call, Defendant Henley called Armani Aflage, aka Manny Aflage, and offered to pay her $1,000 to transport women from Los Angeles to Las Vegas to engage in pandering and prostitution. On November 10th, 2022, on an intercepted call, Flodge asked defendant Henley how many girls I need to bring, to which defendant Henley responded, "That's on you." On November 10th, 2022, on an intercepted call, Flodge told defendant Henley, "I'm about to bag some bitches. Guaranteed. You already know I don't play no games." On November 10th, 2022, defendant Henley sent a Flodge 1,000 via Zelle to rent a car to transport the women from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. Overact number 121. How the fuck y'all think Big U gonna get out of this shit, man? You gotta be fucking crazy. Whew. On November 10th, 2021, through text message, a Flodge sent defendant Henley photographs of the women she was transporting to Las Vegas. On November 18th, 2022, defendant Henley transported sent a Flodge 500 via Zelle for the trip. On January 5th, 2023, on an intercepted call between defendant Henley and Flodge and another person, defendant Henley said, "Remember when I told you I be in Vegas? That's her. She gonna make every bitch get naked. Right there, bitch, get naked. Give my brother some head right now." On June 29, 2023, on an intercepted call after learning that law enforcement investigators interviewed a Flodge, defendant Henley remarked that he was stressed out because investigators approached a woman with whom he was having sex and talked to her about how defendant Henley was trying to buy girls and be a pimp. Woo! And we all know in June of 2023 is when the feds locked up Brick Baby. So in June, they was getting busy. On June 30th, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said, "Shit, you gonna get me and say my chime is sending girls money for sex? Is that my crime?" Okay, hold on, I said that wrong, excuse me. "So you gonna get me and say my crime is sending girls money for sex? Is that my crime?" Big U, big dummy. You know, come on, man. Nigga don't know nothing about the law. Nigga sit in jail for 13 years and don't never go to the fucking law library. Nigga sit in jail for 13 years and never go to the fucking law library. Like Luce Cannon and Brick Baby. Them niggas ain't been to the law library one fucking time, but all they doing is making content. Straight up. Woo. Defendant Henley defrauded donors making charitable contributions to development options and other purported nonprofit intended to help the community. So the money that was supposed to help the community, yeah, Big U had the football shit for the kids, but he was doing whatever he wanted with the fucking money. They was on his ass. On August 20th, 2019, Donor 1, a National Basketball Association All-Star player, transferred $20,000 to a Bank of America account number ending in 8350. They know details now. Bank records don't go nowhere now. That was intended as charitable donations to development options, not to benefit defendant Henley's personal. On August 21st, 2019, defendant Henley then wire transferred the entire 20 Band-Aids from Donor 1 into defendant Henley's personal bank account for his own personal use. On February 3rd, 2020, Donor 2, a music publishing corporation, donated $24,000 via check deposit into a development options account 8350 account that was intended to provide football equipment for a local nonprofit organization, not to benefit defendant Henley's personal. On February 4th, 2020, defendant Henley transferred 14,000 of the donation from Donor 2 and defendant Henley's personal bank account for his own personal use. So Everybody said Big U was out helping the kids. You know, they got these other jokers that was defending Big U, repping Big U, right? But Big U was taking donations from players, music producers, and he was only doing what he wanted to do for the kids. But he was using that money to pay his bills. So you know what they did. That's how they gave his ass the charge. You misused the funds. You was on some fraudulent shit. Straight foo-fafi. And this shit is all record. All recorded. Documents. Bank records. Nigga, Big U fried chicken, nigga. Facts. On November 3rd, 2021, Development Options deposited a $19,000 donation from check from donor 3. A content aggregating video blog and co-producer of defendant Henley's Check-In podcast. That was intended to support Crenshaw Rams football, a youth football team to Development Options purportedly operated not to benefit defendant Henley's personal. On November 4th, 2021, defendant Henley then wire transferred $15,000 of the donor's 3 donation into defendant Henley's personal bank account for his personal use. Boy, oh boy. Man, they breaking this shit down, man. Nigga talking about innocent until proven guilty. Come on, man. Big U got on there and said, man, they said I was doing shit with the Development Options money and all I did was pay my bills with it. That wasn't for your bills, Big U. Come on, big dummy. Straight up. Big dummy. That money was not for your personal bills. The money was for the youth football. But you put the motherfucker into your bank account. Straight up. Straight up. Come on, Big U. Big dummy. Straight up. On March 21st, 2022, donor 4, a non-profit organization whose goal was to revitalize, South Los Angeles, donated $10,000 to the Development Options 8354 account intended to fund a meal program not to benefit defendant Henley's personal. On March 28, 2022, defendant Henley then wire transferred the entire $10,000 from donor 4 into defendant Henley's personal bank account for his personal use. And you best believe, right? They tracked everything he spent the money on. Because I'm sure Big U, being a big dummy, was going straight to where he was going, using his damn debit card, straight to buy whatever he was buying. That shit is crazy. On September 21st, 2022, Development Options deposited a $20,000 check from donor 5, a former NBA Most Valuable Player. That was intended to support Crenshaw Rams football, not to benefit defendant Henley's personal between December 26, 2022 and October 7, 2022. Defendant Henley then transferred $13,000 from donor 5, donation to his personal bank account for his own personal use. On November 8, 2022, donor 6, a production company wire transferred $100,000 donation to Development Options 8350 account that was intended to support Crenshaw Rams football, not to benefit defendant Henley's personal between November 10th, 2022 and December 1st, 2022. Defendant Henley then wire transferred $36,400 of donor 6 donation in defendant Henley's personal bank account for his own personal use. On December 13, 2022, Development Options deposited a $50,000 check from donor 7, a non-profit donor advised fund that dispersed charitable donations from individuals and companies directly to nonprofit organizations on behalf of multinational music company that was intended to pay the direct program costs and expenses of operating development options, social justice program, and initiatives not to benefit defendant Henley's personal between December 19th, 2022 on January 3rd and on January 3rd, 2023. Defendant Henley then transferred $32,500 of donor 7 donation into his personal bank account for his own personal use. Boy, oh boy, they on Big U's ass. Hold up. They know every donor, where all the money went. They track everything. Y'all understand that when the feds show up, right? They did a lengthy investigation. No cap now. They made sure they had everything lined up. The way they document this shit, right? This is the feds now. We know damn well that the state don't document and do this kind of homework. The state don't do this kind of homework. You hear me? This is some FBI shit. Straight up. And people talk about Big U innocent till proven guilty. With all this shit, free Big U. Man, y'all can say free Big U to the death of you. Big U ain't coming out that motherfucker. Hell no. Straight up. For in order for Big U to get a Twinkie, he gonna have to tell on some homicides. I'm gonna tell y'all that straight up. In order for him to get a Twinkie, he is going to have to reveal some homicides. And they going to want to know all of it. Even the shit that they speculating he was involved with, they going to want to know who did what. Where they at. How did it happen? In detail. And in order for Big U to cooperate, he's going to have to admit to everything he did before he can tell on anybody. Hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button and share this video, man. We going up. We going up, y'all. You hear me? We reading this paperwork tonight, man. Facts. Defendant Henley and Martin aided a Big U Enterprise associate and development options employees in submitting fraudulent loan applications. Fucking around with that PPP shit. And he got on there, yeah, we submitted loans. We did this. Nigga, you supposed to shut the fuck up. But from the way I see it, Big U said, man, y'all gonna try to use Brick Baby and Luce Cannon against me. You hear me, right? That's what he said. And we already know Brick Baby and Luce Cannon done flipped already. Fuck all that. Them niggas done flipped. Right? So, him saying y'all gonna try to use them against me, right? I ain't going for it. That's what he said now. So, that must mean Big U gonna flip the pancake. You hear me? That must mean Big U is going to flip the pancake. Man, hit that like button, y'all. Let's get the likes up, man. Hit that like button, man. Y'all see I'm going in right here, man. Hit that like button and subscribe button. Big U is going to flip the pancake. Facts. Straight up. That nigga said, I ain't going down there. You ain't going to be just using Brick Baby and Luce Cannon against me. Shit. That nigga going to say, man, them niggas did shit too. Fuck that. You hear me? Defendant Henley and Martin aided the Big U Enterprises associates and development options employees in submitting a fraudulent loan application, right? On January 2nd, 2023, on an intercepted call, Tiffany Shernika Hines, a licensed loan officer for the mortgage lending businesses, called Defendant Henley to discuss a failed loan application submitted by Blanton, an associate of the Big U Enterprise and an employee of Development Options. On January 2nd, 2023, on an intercepted call, Hines instructed Defendant Henley to put him on a salary and then increase it just for the time being because we know that he can afford the mortgage. It's just the documentations. On January 13, 2023, Defendant Henley and Martin, and a known and unknown to the grand jury, in order to benefit Big U Enterprise Associates, Blayton at to assist him in obtaining a loan. Falsely increased Blayton reported income from development options, stating that Blayton had a non-employee compensation from 2023 calendar year of approximately $6,500. On January 16, 2023, Blayton submitted a residential loan application, falsely claiming that he had monthly income of $8,166 and 67 cents from development options, as Hines had instructed defendant Henley to do in order to fraudulently obtain the loan. On January 16, 2023, Hines submitted Blayton's application for underwriting while failing to disclose her plan with defendant Henley and Martin that Blayton reported income was artificially being increased on a loan application document in order to fraudulently obtain the loan and would be decreased after the loan was obtained. They was on their ass, man. Henley defrauded the Small Business Administration of monies for pandemic related relief. Unique Music received $100,000 in an SBA fund. On June 16, 2020, defendant Henley electronically submitted an application under the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program on behalf of Unique Music, in which he falsely represented the Unique Music had gross revenues of $500,000 and cost of goods sold at $300,000 in calendar years 2019. On June 24, 2020, defendant Henley electronically signed a loan agreement between Unique Music and a Small Business Administration, in which he certified that all representation in his application were true, correct, and complete. On June 26, 2020, defendant Henley accepted the SBA a transfer of approximately $89,900, a $90,000 loan, less than 100 filing fee, Unique Music checking account, based on the fraudulent June 16, 2020 loan application and fraudulent June 24, 2020 loan agreement. On July 7th, 2020, defendant Henley accepted from the SBA a transfer of approximately $10,000 into Unique Music checking account based on fraudulent June 16, 2020 loan application. Celebrity Socks received $6,000 in SBA funds over Act 143. Man, Big U's ass is cooked. We going in over here, man. Hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button, man. Let's get the likes up, man. I appreciate y'all. Hit that like button. We are going in. And I don't see Big U getting up out of this shit unless he tell. And I don't even see him getting out of it then. I just see him getting a 20-year sentence if he tell. On June 6, 2020, defendant Henley electronically submitted an application under the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program for Celebrity Socks, doing business under Unique Socks, in which he falsely certified the applicants is not engaged in illegal activity as defined in the federal guidelines. On June 19, 2020, in reliance on defendant Henley's fraudulent misrepresentation, the SBA disturbed a $6,000 advance to defendant Henley. Defendant Henley and Robinson and Big U's Enterprise members and associates continue to attempt to solidify the enterprise control over the community. Members and associates of the Big U Enterprise continue to engage in violence, and in furtherance of the Big U Enterprise and boasted about the Big U Enterprise reputation for violence and illegal activities to instill fear and intimidation and control over the community. Straight up. In November 2022, defendant Henley arranged for co-conspirators to collect an illegal debt from NBA All-Star player who reportedly owed $3 million to the Big U Enterprise Associates. God damn. Damn. Big U stored a nigga for $3 million? God damn. Man, listen, man. Man, fuck that. I ain't paying. Fuck, I ain't giving you shit. Straight up. I ain't giving you shit. In November 22, defendant Henley took a portion of the debt that current NBA All-Star player owed as a fee for collecting the illegal debt. On November 7th, 2022, on an intercepted call after an extortion victim stated that defendant Henley had not fully paid the extortion victim for working on defendant Henley's vehicle, defendant Henley directed defendant Martin to call the extortion victim right now and stated that he would go out there and kill that nigga. Hold up, nigga. God damn. Defendant Martin then connected defendant Henley with the extortion victim and participated in the extortionate call. On November 14, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley described to a former National Football League NFL player that defendant Henley would beat the shit out of that producer who owned the studio in Las Vegas because he started shit between defendant Henley and Whack 100. Oh shit. He started shit between Henley and Whack. So this producer now, it's a producer out there in Vegas that started shit between Whack 100 and Big U. Shit got messy. On November 22nd, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told an incarcerated individual that anyone coming at him better come correct because defendant Henley always has two blowers on him. On November 22nd, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told an incarcerated individual that defendant Henley was going to charge someone in federal prison $6,000 to have a phone smuggled in. On November 23rd, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said that he can pay 3 people $50 each to beat someone up. On November 23rd, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley described paying people to mess up a store that was refusing to provide defendant Henley's a discount. On December 27, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told a Big U Enterprise associate that they need to hang OG Crip Cuz. So Big U wanted to get the nigga OG Crip Cuz. He's on a nigga OG Crip Cuz's ass. On December 27, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told another Big U Enterprise associate that OG Crip Cuz needed to be disciplined thoroughly for a violation of his cripping. Damn, it was that serious? Damn. On December 30th, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said that when defendant Henley catches Whack 100, I'ma break his jaw. On December 31st, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said that defendant Henley was bigger than deceased rapper Nipsey Hussle, that defendant Henley disciplined Nipsey Hussle, and that defendant Henley was bigger than any rolling 60. He was big time, all right. That's how they treating his ass, like big time player. On December 31st, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said anyone has an issue with defendant Henley will no longer be alive. God damn, Big U. You on the phone talk crazy, nigga. You on the phone telling on yourself. Man, all these niggas be telling on themselves, man. I gotta say that facts, man. All these niggas is telling on themselves. You hear me? All of them. They all telling on their damn self. Straight up. On January 1st, 2023, on the intercepted call, defendant Henley said that he was no longer beefing with Nipsey Hussle because if anyone beefs with defendant Henley, I'ma kill him, period. I am going to murder him. Come on, Big U, you big dumbass nigga. Y'all niggas is goofy. Straight up. And Whack 100 telling niggas on the phone $1,500 to get your life took, right? We'll go see your mom. We'll go see everybody. And the feds ain't keen to see that nigga yet, huh? Okay. On January 2nd, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told Big U Enterprise Associates DS that to manipulate the press for DS' lawsuit against law enforcement, DS should show both positive and negative parts of his life, wear glasses, and say that he was working with development options even though he was not. So this nigga had a motherfucking lawsuit against law enforcement, and you wanted them to use your company as a reference even though he didn't work for him? Big you big doofus, man. The people said we gonna line this nigga the fuck up. Y'all gonna try to go at law enforcement on a lawsuit, and then you gonna use a company and the nigga didn't even work for you? So y'all did some fraudulent shit trying to go at the police? Come on, man. On January 2nd, 2023, in an intercepted call, defendant Henley told Big U Enterprise Associate DS that the defendant Henley needed to at least break the producer's jaw. On January 3rd, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley described an incarcerated individual tooling up with firearms to travel to Crip neighborhoods because we are the most arrogant boogie or bougie, self-righteous, or say boogie, bougie, self-righteous motherfuckers on the planet. On January 3rd, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told an incarcerated individual that Henley was going to purchase 6 miniature phones to send the incarcerated individual so that he could sell them in the prison for $1,000 each. On January 5th, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said that another individual was done for being a rat. So, whoa, he was done? Hold up. Shit getting real. They got so many intercepted wire calls on Big U, man. They made sure that this nigga ain't got a fighting chance in hell. On January 12th, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley said he wanted to beat the shit out of Whack 100. He wanted to beat the shit out of Whack 100. That was just 2 years ago. Intercepted call. On January 17, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley discussed travels to Jordan's Downs with Great Street Crip territory and threatened to kill motherfuckers every day until he got his things back. Woo! I guess that's when they took them motherfucking the toys or whatever. Or whatever they had, the presents, whatever they had out there. On January 17, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley stated that he was the hunter of the 60s and that he had obtained paperwork on individuals that should not be associated with gang anymore. On February 13, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley told a co-conspirator that defendant Henley was going to break the jaw of the business manager for the former NBA MVP. On February 14, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley described smacking the Jew boy again. On April 1st, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley asked someone to grab defendant Henley's blower, which he left on the ground in a blue shirt in front of the tire. This nigga on the phone asking the nigga to grab the strap. These niggas is crazy. On April 23rd, 2023, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley discussed gang politics with a co-conspirator and stated, "I'm retired, nigga, activist. I'll pull up on your block right now, nigga, and show up and show out, nigga." That's what happened to the last nigga that thought I was retired. Hold up, nigga. Shit, I ain't retired. And guess what? The feds got that motherfucking call. They want to make sure that the jury know that you ain't retired. You still active. Defendant Henley instructed a victim to obstruct justice by providing untruthful information to law enforcement about an assault committed by a Big U Enterprise associate. On December 9, 2022, an associate of defendant Henley and former NFL player was involved in an altercation with a victim at a restaurant in Los Angeles. On December 23rd, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley instructed the victim's relatives that the victim was to go to the lineup tell him to pick the wrong person. Boy, oh boy. God damn. They got Big U in the can, man. On January 2nd, 2023, on a multi-way telephone call, defendant Henley said the young nigga going to say he stole his watch out of the bathroom. The former NFL player came to get his watch back and it turned into something else. He going to apologize for stealing the former NFL player's watch. You know what I'm saying? He thought it was somebody. He thought it was his watch. The former NFL player came back to get his watch and it turned into a scuffle. They were only trying to prevent a crime, a case dismissed. Man, that shit ain't work. They got that documented. Y'all trying to run that play. On January 7, 2022, on an intercepted call, defendant Henley calls the victim relative and told him that the victim needed to take the blame for the incident to avoid criminal charges for the NFL player. On January 7, 2023, defendant Henley met with the victim's father in person. On January 7, 2023, while on an intercepted call with the victim relative, defendant Henley told him to get the criminal case off them. Defendant Henley fled from law enforcement, instructed investigation, and attempted to poison the jury pool before turning himself in. God damn. That's that video. You hear me? That video that Big U made before he turned himself in made him have a stronger situation against him. And they put this in the indictment. Facts. On March 2025, defendant Henley learned of law enforcement operation to arrest defendant Henley on March 19, 2025. On March 19, 2025, approximately 12:30 a.m., defendant Henley's two phones stopped reporting location data, indicating that they were turned off and placed in airplane mode. In the early morning hours of March 19, 2025, defendant Henley and SH left their home to evade enforcement apprehension. In the early morning hours of March 19, 2025, HH left her phone powered on and reported location data from her defendant Henley's home. On March 19, 2025, before fleeing their home, defendant Henley left a subpoena related to his investigation, which had been recently served on development options on the table near a hat for Seattle Mariners and a professional sports team adopted by Rolling 60 members as a symbol of the gang. On March 19, 2025, an attempt to poison the jury pool, defendant Henley posted on Crenshaw Cougars Instagram account claiming racial profiling and blaming his co-defendant and opponents for charges filed against him in a federal criminal complaint. On March 19, 2025, an attempt to intimidate and dissuade anyone from cooperating with law enforcement or otherwise reporting information about defendant Henley posted to Crenshaw Cougars Instagram account naming his co-defendants and known opponents, instructing the public not to associate with them and claiming that if they did, they were not black. And you know he talking about Brick Baby, Luce Cannon, Whack 100, and 600. We already knew that. On March 19, 2025, defendant Henley surrendered to the United States Marshals Service without his phone that previously stopped reporting location data. Then they wanted to come into jail looking at a life sentence and bring the phone with him? God damn. That was ill. Defendant Henley, Robbins, and Williams, count 2. The grand jury realleges paragraphs 1 through 14 of this indictment here. Let's go. Y'all know how we rocking, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. Let's get the likes up, man. I appreciate all of y'all rocking with me, man. Let's get that like button, man. Let's hit that like button. Y'all know we going in. We running through this paperwork, though. Facts. All the people that rock with me, man, y'all know how we coming. Non-stop. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. And we running through this paperwork. Facts. This is the indictment, y'all. You hear me? Let's stay locked in. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Your boy DZ going in. Y'all know I'm reading this shit, running through this shit. Beginning on an unknown date and continuing until at least on or about March 19, 2025. In Los Angeles County within Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Eugene Henry Jr., also known as Big U and all his goddamn names, Sylvester Robinson, aka Vay, and Termaine Ashley Wilson, aka Luce Cannon, conspired with each other and other known and unknown to the grand jury to knowingly and intentionally obstruct, delay, and affect commerce and movement of articles in commerce by robbery in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1951. Means by which the object of conspiracy was to be accomplished. And let Whack 100 tell it, right? And this is why I tell y'all, you can't believe nothing that Whack 100 says. Let him tell you, right? They ain't got nothing on Luce Cannon. Let him tell you he didn't line Luce Cannon up. Let him tell you they don't got shit on Brick Baby. Brick Baby ain't tell. Everything he said is a goddamn lie. Everything. Everything. And that's a fact. Let's go. The object of the conspiracy was to accomplish in substance as follows. Defendant Henley and Robinson and other co-conspirators would plan robberies. Defendant Robbins and Williams and other co-conspirators would rob victims, carrying and brandishing firearms to control and frighten the victims and to demand property from the victims. And they're saying more than one, not one victim. This, I need y'all to understand this, right? This says victims. It has Williams, Luce Cannon's name in there. Let Whack 100 tell y'all it's only one person. Oh, they only saying one act and how could he be in the RICO? No. It's niggas that done told these stories. It's niggas that done told the stories how they were extorted and robbed. Not just Dale. It's more people. Straight up. So let's go. Defendant Robbins and Williams and other co-conspirators would deliver the stolen property to Defendant Henley. Defendant Henley and other co-conspirators would distribute the stolen property amongst the co-conspirators and others, including sometimes giving the stolen property back to the rightful owner. Overt acts. In furtherance of the conspiracy, and to accomplish its objects, defendant Henley, Robbins, and Williams, and other known and unknown to the grand jury, committed various overt acts within the Central District of California and elsewhere, including but not limited to overt acts numbered 36 and 46 as set forth in the count 1 of this indictment, which are realleged here. But Whack 100 says Luce Cannon ain't do nothing. Come on, Whack. Where the clubhouse millions at, man? Straight up. Y'all still believe what the fuck Whack 100 says? How can anybody believe what Whack 100 says? If we being real. The nigga's a compulsive liar. Straight up. And we reading through this shit. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Y'all rocking with SBGB TV. We reading through this shit. Facts. The grand jury realleges paragraphs 1 through 18 of this indictment here. On or about July 5th, 2021, in Los Angeles County, within Central District of California, defendant Eugene Henley Jr., aka all his damn names, we ain't gonna go through all that again, Termaine and Robinson Survey, and Termaine Ashley Williams, Luce Cannon now, and other known and unknown to the grand jury, each aiding and abetting the others, obstructed delays and affected commerce and the movement of articles and commodities in commerce by knowingly and willingly committing robbery, and the defendants Henley, Robinson, and William and other known and unknown to the grand jury unlawfully took and obtained property belonging to an unlicensed marijuana dispensary located in Los Angeles, California, from and in the presence of its employees against their will by means of actually and threatened force, violence, and fear of injuries, immediate and future, to their persons and property in their custody and possession. So they know Luce Cannon was involved in the robbery, and Luce Cannon explained this shit. Come on now. Luce Cannon explained this shit on the podcast. But Whack 100 say they ain't got nothing on Luce Cannon. He shouldn't be in the RICO. Nah, nigga, you lying Luce Cannon the fuck up, nigga. You made sure Luce Cannon said all this shit. You did it. You the Godfather, right? The Godfather lined this man up and didn't even care that you was supposed to be the godfather of the baby. You a sick individual, Whack. Dirty, rotten rascal. Count 4. Defendant Henley, Robbins, and Martins. The grand jury realleged paragraph 1 through 20 of this indictment. Object of the conspiracy. Beginning in an unknown date and continuing until at least on or about March 19, 2025 in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere. Defendant Eugene Henley Jr., all big U's name, Sylvester Robinson Bay, Mark Martin, Barrett Claw, conspired with each other and other known and unknown to the grand jury to knowingly and intentionally obstruct, delay, and affect commerce and the movement of articles in the commerce by extortion in violation of Title 18 United States Code, means by which the object of the conspiracy was to be accomplished. The object of the conspiracy was to be accomplished in the substance of the following. Defendant Henley, Robinson, and Martin and other co-conspirators would demand money and other properties from the victims, sometimes disguised as a tax or protection fee, under threats and fear of physical violence and robbery. Defendant Henley and Robinson, Martin, and other co-conspirators would collect the extortion payments and other properties from the victim in furtherance of conspiracy and to accomplish its object. Defendant Henley, Robinson, and Martin, other known and unknown to the grand jury, committed various overt acts within the Central District of California and elsewhere, including but not limited to the overt acts number 36 through 117 as set forth in the count 1 of this indictment, which are realleged here. Let's see what we got here. Count 5 through 17. Defendant Henley and Robinson. The grand jury realleged paragraph 1 through 24 of this indictment on or about the following dates in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California. Defendant Eugene Henley Jr. and all his damn names, and Sylvester Robinson Bay and other known unknown grand jury, each aiding and abetting the other knowingly and with intent to obtain property, obstructed, delayed, and affected, and attempted to obstruct, delay, and affect interstate commerce by committing extortion, and that defendant Henley and Robinson obtained and attempted to obtain property consistent of the money from victim 1, a partner, and an unlicensed marijuana dispensary promoter and marketer operating in the interstate commerce by means of threatened force, violence, and fear and injury, immediate and future, to the victim 1 and victim 1's business. All right, so here are the motherfucking payments. The attempted extortion. Let me see. These are attempted extortion payments. Okay. They got this shit documented there. Y'all see that? You know what I'm saying? For the people that didn't see it. Let me go a little slower. I appreciate all y'all rock with me, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. Share this video, man. We going up. Facts. You heard me? Going to the moon, man. Non-stop. Defendant Henley, Robinson, and Martin. The grand jury realleged the paragraph 1 through 26 on this indictment here on or about December 2nd, 2021 in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California. Defendant Eugene Robinson and all his nicknames, Sylvester Bay and Mark Martin, aka Barrett Claw, and other known and unknown of the grand jury, each aiding and abetting the other case, other knowingly within the intent to obtain property, obstruct, delay, and affect interstate commerce by committing extortion and the defendant Henley, Robinson, and Martin obtained property consisting of $30,000 from victim 2, a promoter of an international adult entertainment club with a location in Los Angeles, California, by means of threatened force, violence, and fear of injury immediate and future of the victims 2 and victim 2's business. Henley and Affleck. So this is when he, I guess, with the ladies, bringing the girls over. A grand jury realleges paragraph 128 of this indictment here on or about November 2022 in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere. Defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as all his damn names, and Armani Affleck, aka Manny, each aiding and abetting each other, knowing were transported and willfully caused to be transferred individuals interstate commerce from the state of California to the state of Nevada with the intent to the individuals that engage in prostitution and other sexual activities for which a person could be charged with the criminal offense, namely pandering in violation of Nevada revised statutes sections 201.300 and prostitution outside a licensed house of prostitution in violation of Nevada revised statute section 201353. All right. Count 20 through 24. Defendant Henley. The grand jury realleged paragraph 1 through 30 of this indictment, the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, the Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Acts was federal law enacted in or around March 2020 that the design to provide emergency financial assistance to Americans suffered economic harm as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. One form of assistance provided by the CARES Act was the authorization of the loans referred to Economic Injury Disaster Loan, EIDL, through the United States Small Business Administration SBA program that provided low interest financial to small business renters and owners in regions affected by declared disasters. The CARES Act authorized the SBA to provide EIDL loans of up to $2 million to eligible small businesses experiencing substantial financial disruption due to the COVID-19 pandemic. To obtain an EIDL loan, a qualifying business was required to submit an application to SBA and provide information about the business operations, such as the number of employees, gross revenues for the 12-month period preceding the disaster, and the cost of the goods sold in 12-month period preceding to the disaster. 12 months preceding the disaster. In the case of the EIDL loans for COVID-19 relief, the 12-month period was 12-month period from January 31st, 2019 to January 31st, 2020. The application was also required to certify that all of the information in the application was true and correct to the best of the applicant's knowledge. The EIDL loan application was submitted directly to the SBA and processed by the agency with support from a government contractor. The amount of the loan, if the application was approved, was determined based in part on the information provided by the applicant about employment, revenue, and the cost of the goods sold, and described in the paragraph 34 above. Any funds issued under the EIDL loan were issued directly by the SBA. EIDL loan funds could be used for payroll expenses, sick leave, production costs, and business obligations such as debt, rent, and mortgage payments. If the applicant also obtained a loan under a Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, the EIDL loan funds could not be used for the same purpose as the PPP loan fund. The scheme to defraud. Beginning no later than on or about June 16, 2020, and continuing until at least on or about July 7, 2020, in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as all his damn name, knowingly and with the intent to defraud, devised, participate in, executed a scheme to defraud the SBA and to obtain money and property by means of material false pretense, representation and promises, and concealment of material facts. The scheme to defraud operated and was carried out in the substance of the following. On or about June 16, 2020, using the IP address 172 whatever from Los Angeles, California, defendant Henley as chief executive officer of Unique Music submitted and caused to be submitted a false and fraudulent application to the SBA for EIDL loan number ending in 8,000 in the amount of 90,000 on behalf of Unique Music. Defendant Henley knowingly made false statements to the SBA in connection with the application for the EIDL 8,000 for Unique Music, including a false statement about the gross revenue for the unique business from the 12-month period preceding the disaster, the cost of the goods sold for Unique Music for a 12-month period preceding to the disaster, and the truth of accuracy of the information and the documents submitted in or with the EIDL 8,000 application. In connection with applying for the EIDL 8,000, defendant Henley directed that the SBA wire transfer the EIDL loan funds to the Bank of America account number ending in 6812, the unique 6812 account. Through material falsity and fraudulent statements and the concealment of material fact, defendant Henley caused the SBA to approve EIDL 8,000 to wire transfer the deposit to the EIDL loan fund into the unique 6812 account. On or about the date set forth below in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere for the purpose of executing the scheme to defraud, defendant Henley transmitted the cause and transmission of the following items by means of wire communication into interstate commerce. Electronic transfer to IEDL application, June 16. So they got that, the wiring. These are the dates, electronic. They got all this shit documented. They done put all this shit in the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? This shit all documented. I don't know how the fuck anybody think Big U gonna get out of this. Now this is the feds now. This ain't no damn state. These motherfuckers got this shit documented to the goddamn T. I don't know how anybody can even think Big U got a shot with this shit. Straight up. Not with this. They directing shit as him as the head honcho. Ain't no goddamn way. It says count 25 through 24 to 34, excuse me. On the grand jury realleges paragraph 1 to 40 of this indictment here. The scheme to defraud, beginning as early as in or around August 2019, continuing through on or about March 19, 2025 in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere. Defendant Eugene Henley and all his names and other known and unknown to the grand jury each aided and abetted the other knowingly in which they intent to defraud, devise, participate, and execute a scheme to defraud victims, donors to whom defendant Henley had agreed to apply, donate funds toward providing charitable services, including but not limited to donor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as to material matters, and to obtain money and property for such victim donor by means of material false and fraudulent pretense, representation, and promises, and the concealment of material facts. The scheme to defraud and operate and was carried out in the substance as follows. Defendant Henley would solicit donations from donors, including but not limited to donor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for donations to development option and organizations. Defendant Henley represented to donors as a charitable organization that purported to divert at-risk youth away from gang activity. Defendant Henley would represent the donors that the funds donated to development options would be used for these charitable purposes. After the donate funds were deposited and transferred to development options bank account, however, defendant Henley would transfer all or some of the donated charitable funds to his personal bank account for his own personal use. Through this scheme, defendant Henley defrauded donors of at least approximately $166,900. He said, on or about the date set forth below in Los Angeles County, within the Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Henley, for the purpose of executing the scheme to defraud, transmitted and caused the transmission of the following items by means of the wire communication in interstate and foreign commerce. So they got all the motherfucking payments, all the wires for the donations, all the wires for the donations. I don't know how the hell Big U think he gonna be able to slide his way out of this shit. They got all the donations, all the payments. They got every goddamn thing. They did extensive homework over years. You hear me? For them to, do this homework they did, they made sure this shit was signed and sealed. Straight up. They made sure it was signed and sealed. I don't know how the nigga think he gonna, what? You talking about I ain't do nothing, nigga? Shit. They got dates and documents. Straight up. Straight up. Dates and documents. Facts. The grand jury realleged in paragraph 1 through 45 of this indictment on or about the date set forth below in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Eugene Henley Jr. and all his names being an agent of development options, knowingly and willingly embezzled, stole, obtained by fraud, intentionally misapplied, and without authority converted to the use of a person not the rightful owner, the full property and value of $5,000 or more that were owned by and were under the care, custody, and control of development options, an organization that received federal program benefits in excess of $10,000 in each of the years of 2015 to 2023. They got all the documents. You know what I'm saying? They got his personal bank account. They got all the damn documents, man. Straight up. And they got here. You know what I'm saying? People talking about what? These people do fucking lengthy investigations, documents, bank records, phone conversations, wiretaps, bugs on the car. They fucking had a fucking transmitter and bug under the fucking hood of a car. Like, what? They wasn't playing no games. Straight up. The grand jury realleges in paragraph 1 through 47 of this indictment, introductory allegations at times relevant to the court. Mortgage lending businesses was a financial institution, was a mortgage lending business which financed and refinanced debt secured by the interest in real estate and activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce with multiple branch locations throughout the United States, including in the Central District of California. Defendant Tiffany Shernika Hines was employed as a licensed loan officer for a mortgage lending business one at a branch in Orange County within the Central District of California, entrusted with the determining client eligibility for a loan application. Defendant Frederick Blayton Jr. was a client and defendant of Hines with mortgage lending businesses one and an employee of Development Options. Defendant Eugene Henley Jr. and all his names was a chief executive officer of Development Options. Defendant Mark Martin, aka Bear Claw, was the chief financial officer of Development Options. In their respective positions, defendant Henley and Martin had control over Development Options employees and salaries. Beginning on about December 2022 and continuing through and on about January 2023 in Los Angeles and Orange counties within Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Henley, Martin, Blayton, and Hines, together with others known and unknown to the grand jury, knowingly with the intent to defraud, devise, participate in, and execute a scheme to obtain monies and custody and control of mortgage lending businesses one by means of material false and fraudulent pretenses, representations, and the concealment of material facts. The fraudulent scheme operated in substance in the following manner. Between in or around December 2022 and in or around January 23rd, defendant Blatant sought a $829,694 loan from a mortgage lender, Business One, for the residential mortgage. In order for defendant Blatant to obtain the loan from the mortgage lender, defendant Henley, Martin, and Blatant and Hines admitted the concealed material facts and provided mortgage lending Business One with material false financial information, including but not limited to false and fraudulent financial statements. In support of the application for the loan, in or around about January 2023, defendant Hines advised defendant Henley, Martin, and Blatant to falsely inflate defendant Blatant's report income from development options in order to fraudulently make Blatant appear eligible for the loan. In support of the application for the loan, on or about January 13, 2023, defendant Henley and Martin and others, known and unknown to the grand jury, falsely reported defendant Blatant's report income from development options to mortgage lending Business One, stating that defendant Blatant had non-employee compensation for the 2023 calendar year in approximately $6,500. In truth and in fact, as defendant Henley and Martin then knew, defendant Blatant had non-employee compensation for 2023 calendar year, but rather had falsely inflated defendant Blatant's report income from development options to assist him in fraudulently obtaining the loan. In support of the application for the loan, on or about January 16, 2023, defendant Blatant submitted a mortgage loan Business One, a residential loan application, stating that defendant Blatant had monthly income of $8,160.67 from development options. In truth and the fact, as defendant Blatant knew defendant Henley and Martin had falsely increased defendant Blatant's income by approximately $6,500. In support of the application for the loan, on or about January 16, 2023, defendant Hines submitted defendant Blatant's application for underwriting, and in doing so, defendant Hines failed to disclose to the mortgage lending business that defendant Henley, Martin, and Blatant and Hines had falsely inflated defendant Blatant's income from development options to Martin Lending Business One, the mortgage business lending one, in order to fraudulently obtain the loan. Execution of the scheme to defraud. On or about January 16, 2023, in Los Angeles and Orange County within the Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Henley, Martin, Blatant, and Hines, together with others known and unknown to the grand jury, executed the fraudulent scheme by committing and willfully causing others to commit the submission of the loan application to mortgage lending businesses, falsely representing a monthly income of $8,160.67 for defendant Blatant. And you better know, right? The people that did the loans for him, they told, listen, yeah, because they done lost their jobs and everything. So what the fuck? These people had jobs at the mortgage company getting you loans, and they helped you do this fraudulent shit. You better believe the feds them popped on their ass. Right. So what you think? They told. Big U had this done, that done, and that done. And this person, that person, that person. On their ass. You hear me? Defendant Henley. And we almost done this shit, y'all. We running through this shit. We definitely ran through this. You hear me? Yo, your boy DZ go in, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button. We almost through this joint. And we went in on this one, you hear me? I appreciate all y'all that rock with me, you hear me? If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. And share this video, man. Y'all already know. We going in. Facts. Let me see here. The grand jury realleges paragraphs 1 through 55 of this indictment here. Between and around about January 2019 through and around April 20th in Los Angeles County within the Central District of California and elsewhere, defendant Eugene Hillian and all his names willfully attempted to evade and defeat income tax due to the owing by him by the United States of America for calendar year 2019 by causing to be prepared or signing and causing to be signed a false and fraudulent United States visual income tax return form 1040, which was submitted to the Internal Revenue Service and falsely and fraudulent failed to report taxable income for the calendar year 2019 that was $145,615 greater than the amount reported on the tax return, and as a result of such additional tax income there was $47,512 additional tax due and owing the United States of America. Defendant Henley. The grand jury realleges, paragraph 1 through 57, this indictment here during the calendar year set forth below. Defendant Eugene Henley Jr., also known as Big U and some more shit, a resident of Los Angeles County within the Central District of California, had received gross income in excess of $100,000 by reason of gross income greater than $18,650 in 2020 and $18,800 in 2021. Defendant Henley was required by law, following the close of those calendar years and on or before the date set forth below, to make an income tax return to the International Revenue Service at Fresno, California, to a person assigned to receive the return at the local office of International Revenue Service in California District in the Central District of California, or to other International Revenue Services office permitted by the Commissioner of the Internal Revenues. I say international. Internal Revenues. I'm tripping. You know I've been reading this shit going hard. Stating specifically the items of his gross income and any deductions and credits to which he is entitled. Knowing and believing all of the foregoing, Defendant Henley willfully failed on or about the dates set forth below in the Central District of California elsewhere to make income tax returns for the calendar years. Yeah, Big U fried chicken, man. Forfeiture allegations 1. Hold up. Let's see what they say. Any defendants. So hold on. So this must be the shit they trying to take from his ass. Hold on, let me see. We're gonna read this shit. Pursuant to the federal rule, the Criminal Procedure 32.2, noticing hereby given the United States of America will seek forfeiture as party of any sentence pursuant to Title 18 United States Code Section 1963 and Title 28 United States Code Section in the event of any defendant conviction of any of the offenses set forth in the count 1 of this indictment. Any defendant so convicted shall forfeit to the United States of America the following: any interest the convicted defendant has acquired or maintained as a result of any such offense, any interest in security of the claim against or property of contractual right of any kind affording a source of influence over any enterprise which the convicted defendant has established, operated, controlled, conducted, or participated in the conduct of as a result of any such offense, any property constituting or derived from any proceeding from which the person obtained directly or indirectly from racketeering activity or unlawful debt collection as a result of any such offense, to the extent such properties is not available for forfeiture. A sum of money equal to the total value of the property described in the subparagraph. Total value of the property described in the preceding paragraph, if as a result of any act and omission or omission of said defendant, the property described in the preceding paragraph or any portion therefore cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred, sold, or deposited with the third party, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commonly with other property that can't be divided without difficulty. But they taking everything from Big U. Straight up. Whatever Big U had, they taking it. Wherever the fuck, whoever living, wherever he owned, they taking all that shit. Once convicted, they want it all. Brand new socks and drawers. Straight up. Pursuant to the Rule 32 and the Federal Rule Criminal Procedure Notice, hereby given the United States of America will seek forfeiture as part of any sentence pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Section 981, Title 28, United States Code 2461, in the event of any defendant conviction of the offense set forth in any of the counts 2 through 18 of this indictment. Any defendant so convicted shall forfeit to the United States of America the following: all rights, titles, interests in any of all property, real, personal, constituting or deriving from any proceeds traceable to any of the offenses. All right, titles, and interests in any firearms and ammunition involved in or used in any such offense, to the extent such as property and available property, forfeiture of some money equal to the total value of the property described in subparagraph. Pursuant to Title 21 United States Code, Section 853, as incorporated by Title 28 United States Code, Section 2461, any defendant so convicted shall forfeit substitute property up to the value of the property described in the preceding paragraph, as if the results of any act of omission of the defendant, the property described in the preceding paragraph, or any portion therefore cannot be located upon exercise of due diligence, has been transferred, sold to, deposited with the third party, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, has been commonly with other property that cannot be derived with difficulty. They taking everything. Forfeiture allegations D. Pursuant to Rule 32, the Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure Notice is hereby given the United States of America will seek forfeiture as part of the sentence pursuant Title 18 United States Code, Section 982 in the event of any defendant's conviction of the offense set forth in any count 20 through 34 and 40 of this indictment. Any defendant so convicted shall forfeit to the United States of America all rights, titles, interests, and all that shit. Let me see here. What else we got here? Yeah, they taking everything. They taking everything, y'all. Whatever Big U accumulated, they taking it. Let's just say it like that. They basically saying the same shit again. Yeah. Yeah. Anything Big U accumulated, they taking it. Facts. Anything Big U accumulated, they want it. And they not letting up. You hear me? If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button and share this video, man. I appreciate all y'all rocking with me. See, we read through the whole indictment. You hear me? We wanted to make sure, we read through the whole thing for the people that, won't be able to get their hands on it. You can go back and revisit this live and you'll be able to, hear it all. It's like a damn audio book. You hear me? I ran through that shit like a damn audio book. Facts. And this situation here, it lets you know Big U is cooked. Brick Baby got a bail hearing Wednesday. They might let Brick Baby the fuck out because this nigga's working. But let Wack tell you now, he not working. Nah, nigga. That nigga working. Straight up. You hear me? That nigga working. Yeah. Facts. Shit going down, man. Shit going down. And Luce Cannon, he has a trial date set for the 19th of, let me see something here, y'all. Now, I got to go check something else out now. Let me check with Big U shit now. Let me go on here and check with Big U shit, y'all. So we know Luce Cannon got a trial date for May 19. You hear me? Luce Cannon trial date for May 19. Let's see how tough niggas act. Let me see. Yeah, hold up. Let me look Big U up real quick. We're gonna look Big U up, y'all. I wanna see what the fuck they say, cause that's who I didn't look up. We're gonna look Big U up. See, that indictment was in Luce Cannon shit. Brick Baby paperwork, whereas though they saying that he's, you know, linked to the case is in Luce Cannon's docket. And this nigga talking about he gonna be home Wednesday. And listen, Brick Baby might get out. You know, he a good telling nigga. He done told them everything they wanted to know. You know, he done told them everything he wanted to know. And let Whack 100, right? He says Brick Baby was getting extorted by Big U. Nah, Brick Baby was doing the same shit Luce Cannon was doing. Doing robberies and bringing the shit back over there. Straight up. Doing robberies and bringing the shit back. Flunky shit. Big U had all flunkies, man. In order to deal with Big U, you had to be a flunky. If you wasn't a flunky, I guess you was like an op to him. Yeah, if you wasn't a flunky to Big U, you was a op. Let me see here. Let me look up Big U shit. Hold up. Let me see what they say on Big U. Hold up. Alright, yeah, they got big. Because they had closed all them niggas shit. Now they got it back open. Whereas though they done submitted new documents. So let's see what they say with Big U shit, y'all. I read the indictment. I want to see what they say with Big U shit. You know, he the head of this shit. So, notice of attorney, reassignment request, substitute withdrawal attorney. So, let me see here. Transferring case related. Let me see what we got here. Notice of case related. Let me see here, y'all. Notice of directing defendant appear preliminary hearing. Yeah. Let me see here. Let's see what we got here, y'all. Let me see here. Alright, we seen that document over there already. Proposed order sustaining, retain attorney. Let me see. They got a text already scheduled. I just read the indictment. They say case summary. So yeah, I guess they all on the same case. They all on the same case. Let me see. And basically, it's the same shit on they shit. I thought it was gonna be something like different. Yeah, I thought Big U was gonna have some different shit over here. Let me see. So it's right here. It says request to substitute a withdrawal attorney. What the fuck was that? Ain't nothing pop up for that. Page number 2. Document number 93. 2 pages. Yeah, let me see. So, proposed order request for approval or substitute withdrawal attorney. What the fuck is this talking about? Yeah. Big U and that motherfucker sick. You ran around motherfucking putting the pressure on everybody. Now they got the pressure on your ass. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Big U ran around. You said show his articles to show it's written that he can't spend the money like he did. He said show his articles. What are you talking about? Show his articles. What you mean show his articles? What you talking about? You said show his articles to show he can't. You talking about the shit that I put up there? Oh, the article corporation shit. Okay, yeah. I got you what you saying, Tech. I got you what you saying. I got you saying. I gotta go back and get that shit, Tech. I'm looking into the docket right now. Yeah. Let me see. I'm looking into the docket. Let's say transfer in case. Yeah, I'm looking at the docket right now, Tex. Transfer in case. Yeah, they on Big U's ass. Yeah, they on Big U's ass. You know, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. I'll tell you that right now. And them people, they gonna hold it on Big U's ass. You know. Luce Cannon too damn comfortable. He think it's a game in there. Brick Baby, he might get the fuck out. I think Brick Baby done told him enough information. That nigga running around the pod excited. Straight up. That nigga running around excited. I think he told him enough information to get his ass out. Let's see here. That's all the shit I ran through that. I think he told him enough information to get his ass out. Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna pull me. You said the articles. Let me try to see if I can get to it. My brother. See here. Look. Hold up. Let me see if I can pull this shit up. We got it. Alright. The name of the corporation, Developing Options Inc. This article of corporations. So he started this in 2009. Oh shit. Oh shit. Y'all know we go in. This corporation is a non-profit, public benefit corporation and is not organized for the private gain of any person. It is organized under the non-profit public benefit corporation, public and charitable purposes. This specific purpose of this corporation is to assist and train individuals with specific skill set to prepare them to enter into the workforce. The name and address in the state of California of this corporation, initial agent for service of purposes, Eugene Henley. This corporation is organized and operated exclusively for charitable purposes with the meaning of Internal Revenue Code Section 501C. No substantial part of the activity of the corporation shall consist of carrying on propaganda or otherwise attempting to influence legislation, and the corporation shall not participate or intervene in any political campaign, including the publishing and distribution of statements on behalf of any candidate for public office. The property of this corporation is irrevocable, dedicated to charitable causes, charitable purposes, and not part of the net income or assets of this corporation shall ever inure to the benefit of any director, officer, or member, therefore, or to the benefit of any private person upon the dissolution of winding up or the corporation, its assets remaining after payment or provision for payment of all debts and liabilities of this corporation shall be distributed to the non-profit fund foundation of corporation, which is organized and operated exclusively for charitable purpose and which has established its tax-exempt status under Internal Revenue Code Section 501C. See, dudes that be having those non-profits, right? They be fucking around. You hear me? And it ain't no joke when you misuse that shit. You know, dudes that be YouTubers too now that want to start non-profit fucking shit and they using the money on some bullshit. Hey, listen. They think they being slick doing shit to do tax exempt shit. But that shit come back and bite you in the ass. Especially if you ain't using it the right way. And you know, and it's YouTubers out there now that want to have a 501c because they don't want to pay no taxes. But trust and believe now, motherfucker be monitoring how you moving that money. You know? So, motherfucker better be on point out there. You hear me? Motherfucker better be on point. You said, does anyone disagree that Whack knew Dell was working? Now, hell no. Nobody disagree with that. That's definitely a federal crime. Facts. Definitely a federal crime. And these dudes out here playing. Straight up. These dudes out here straight playing. Straight up. But yeah, man. You know, I appreciate all y'all rocking with me, man. The line is open, man. You know, we're going to be on here for a little while longer before we shut it down. So, you know, if y'all want to chime in on anything that we talked about with this Big U situation, Luce Cannon, you know, Whack 100, thinking he knows every damn thing. And, you know, he knows that Luce Cannon shouldn't be a part of the RICO when they done named Luce Cannon as being a part of the shit that he implicated himself. Y'all can let me know, man, before we get up out of here tonight. The line is open. You hear me? And I appreciate all y'all that rock with me, man. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button and share this video. Y'all know we going up. You hear me? We going all the way up now. Facts. Shit done turned up now. We turning it up. And we ain't gonna stop. You hear me? This shit ain't gonna stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Facts. SBGB TV, it's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from. What's going on, Tex? What's happening, my brother?
Man, listen, I couldn't go to sleep on this one, man. The chat, the people in the chat had me up. It was very engaging. Had a good time tonight, man. You came crazy with it today, bro. Facts.
Appreciate you staying locked in, my brother.
All the time. Big U was using that money for private gain. I want to know why his wife is not, or whoever Stacey Henley is.
Yeah, I think that's his wife.
Yeah. I want to know why she's not named in the indictment.
Because she probably gave a statement.
You see, that's where I'm going with it. That's where I'm going. And she was driving him to the jail.
Yeah, she probably gave a statement. And you know they play dirty. They might come back.
Yeah, they play real dirty. They came to the weakest link first. She was the secretary on the. Come on, you signing off.
Yeah.
Yeah, how come she? Yeah, it's real quiet with her name.
Facts. They might come back and see her ass and add her in a superseding indictment. You never know.
It's gonna come out. And then my other question is, you think the producer that's cooperating is that male guy?
It probably is. The Molly Mall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, Molly. Yeah.
Yeah, cause they was rolling. Let me see. Hold on. I got a little.
Yeah, Luce talked about how he beat his ass.
Yeah.
And then and this is supposed to be Big U's boy who been looking out for him. Wack even said he been getting Big U out of jail, putting money in his pocket, and then you sick Luce on him, and he was like, from there he saw what type of time he was on. So this might be the big payback.
Yeah.
Yeah, he cooperating. Yeah, they beat me up, so that ties in with also too. I was the producer that night that he came in, told us to take all of the equipment. Now that's a tie-in to the kick-ass that he got too.
Yeah.
Oh, this shit is ugly, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed everybody in the chat, man. Community family, man. Have a good night.
I appreciate you, brother.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate all y'all. I think I got a little video here, that I was sent with Luce and Molly Mall out to dinner. Let me check this joint out. Hold up. Let me see what I got here. Damn. I got a little video with Luce and Molly Mall out to dinner. Let me see here. Hold up. I think I got a little joint with Luce and Molly Mall. Let me see if I don't know if this is no sound on it. I think that's Luce and Molly Mall. Luce and Molly Mall. You see, Luce and Molly Mall. Yeah. Oh, man. We went in tonight, y'all. Facts. I appreciate all y'all that rock with me. You hear me? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man. and share this video. Let's see, we going all the way in. All the way. Ah, man. Yeah.
I know the nigga personally. I know Victim 1. I know him. Did business with him. He was just on my phone. Yeah, I know him. I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do read Dispensary and he book shows. I know the nigga. Now Luce is all the way up. Luce up because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th, March 14th, which lets me know when they was having that phone call, Dale's phone was hot. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's fucked up. I got the whole call. Call fucked up. It's bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, and them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th. And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said, what? Big U's hot. He working. I'm not gonna lie. He admitted it. I worked it. I told him Big U been extorting me. That nigga. Whack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, set out to me and it was fair business. We made a deal, we negotiated, you shook hands, you left. You left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver orders, you always deliver. But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And then him and Luce got to talking about whatever they was talking about. And thinking about it is like, yeah, this is gonna turn out up because they was just on my phone in October and Dale and Luce Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
Yeah, Big U went too hard, man, and running pressure on his own people, and them people running pressure on him, man. Facts. So that shit he gonna have to deal with. That's the shit he gonna have to deal with, man. It's a part of the game. You hear me? That's a part of the game. Let me see here. It's a part of the game. You know, I appreciate all y'all that rock with me, you hear me? If you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, man, and share this video. And we held it down tonight. You know, we went in. It is what it is. And make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, notification bell, and we going up. Facts. Ain't no stopping us, you hear me? Share this live, man. You know your boy DZ, man. We been going all the way in. We been at it. Yeah. Straight up. We been at it. I appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate that MX Laker girl. Appreciate that. We going up. Non-stop. And we grinding. You know, I appreciate all y'all. Y'all held it down with me, you know. We ran through that, man. But we gonna get up out of here in a second, man. Y'all know how we do. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna cover some more things. And make sure y'all locked all the way in. Subscribe. Share this live. We went through the paperwork, man. And I appreciate y'all. You hear me? Straight up. till the wheels fall off. Facts. Yeah. Man, I should go play that one shit again though. You know what I should play? I should play Loose Cannon. That's what I should do. I should play Loose Cannon. Hold up. That's what we gonna play again. Hold up. That's what we gonna play. Fuck it. Yeah, that's what we gonna play again. Yeah, that's what we gonna play again. Hold up. We gonna play that before we go out of here. Yeah, we gonna play that. Before we go up out of here, we gonna play this. Play this right here, y'all. Before we get up out of here. Yeah.
So Lemmy started some shit with me and Ray J, because Ray J had hit me up trying to do some baddie shit. I'm a listen. Didn't we say
some shit? Do Ray J know this?
We're trying to maintain our political connection.
Ray J knows me.
But y'all good though, right?
We cool because I don't fuck with Lemmy. I don't fuck with Lemmy, so that's cool. Now we cool.
But I fuck with Lemmy though.
Okay, but can I finish the story now? Because Ray.
So you know,
Molly's not a scammer.
Okay.
We gonna take you off camera.
What kind of stuff?
Yeah.
But this crazy motherfucker calls me the other day, and I was doing something. You know, you doing something, you kind of listen to somebody talk, but you doing some other shit. Mm-hmm. And this dude did some shit, made me drop some shit.
Uh-oh.
I misplaced a little. I was putting together my remote control car. I done misplaced a piece. I still can't find it. And I told him, and you know me, Adam. If I get some information or some content, I'm gonna fry your ass up.
Yeah,
I said, nephew, this content I can't present. You gotta present it because you ain't lied to me yet. Because he's behind a lot of shit that you've seen. You just didn't know it was him.
Okay.
We're gonna take you off camera.
You see how Wack looked though? He said he's behind a lot of shit. You hear me? He's behind a lot of shit. I'm gonna tell you off camera. He's behind a lot of shit. I'm gonna tell you off camera. Straight up.
What kind of stuff?
Just some shit. He's behind a lot of shit that if you see it on YouTube, you just say no, it was him. So I know he ain't no bullshitter, but man, listen.
No, so
yeah, you gotta elaborate on this shit.
I got to, because at the end of the day, it's like dealing with, like, you know, when you in hood politics and stuff like that. And well, let me go back where it first started, right? So I ended up whooping Molly Ma ass, right? Put it on camera and shit. Guy named Big U. It's cool. They used to be brothers, right?
Then you talk about Big U and Molly Mall.
No, Big U, Molly Mall, and you.
Yes.
Molly Mall, who you're friends with.
Yeah, that's my brother.
Right.
Yeah, they used to be. They all.
Still my brother.
He put us on the phone together.
Still my brother.
Yeah. Molly Mall is a good dude. He just a scammer. So you know,
Molly's not a scammer.
Allegedly.
Molly Mall is a scammer on crazy.
You and Molly Mall
But they
is good.
cool. They still
No,
good.
me and Molly Mall is good.
He talks the truth, regardless
Molly's
they
not
like
a
it or
fucking
not.
scammer.
I fuck
You
with a
know
bunch of
what?
scammers.
This is what I'm gonna
Okay,
say.
look,
All the business I've ever did with Molly, he always delivered.
No, have you ever
just
seen
do
Molly
music.
Mall produce a song?
He has the producers.
No. Have
Pooh
you
Bear,
ever,
nigga.
Pooh Bear is a writer. Pooh Bear is.
He makes the
Justin
studio
Bieber,
available.
yeah.
He provides the beats.
And then-
he demos them. And then when people pull up, he press play. I got a hit. The Game and Jeremiah joint.
No,
came from Molly.
he's just saying though that he just puts his name on things. He don't really do it.
A whole bunch of these producers do
right
that.
about
That's
that.
smart. I
You
want to
know
start
that
doing
shit.
You right about
That's
that.
true.
That's a fact. Go ahead. We listen.
Okay, so basically, after I whipped Molly Mall ass for doing some bullshit, And then and Molly Marl would tell you, he would tell you, he was like, I was in the wrong, I was fucked up, I was going to jail, I was off drugs and stuff like that. I was just fucked up. So I don't know why I play with you like that.
I don't know that, Molly. I guess when I come around, I've never seen him do drugs or none of that shit.
Yeah. So I told him that, and then I guess Big U told Molly Marl some shit, and then when Big U told Molly Marl some shit, he told you. Molly Marl told you.
He definitely told me.
And then
shit.
you called Big U, and when you called Big U, he got mad because you outed him, or Molly Marl outed him. So he basically said, "Fuck you," and fuck Molly Marl. So
that's why he got mad at me?
He got mad at you because you called him as a man and you stepped to him and he felt...
Because Molly Marl's supposed to be his brother. I've seen Molly Marl bail him out of jail, give him his mansion, just give him the fucking mansion and say, here go the keys of my cars, you my brother, I love you. When he was short on money, Molly Marl go in his pocket, look out for him. I saw Molly Marl help his artists, give him free beats. So when I hear some shit like that, because it was a situation on Sunset, Molly Marl's eating. You see some guys pull up and they get at Molly Marl, right?
Saying what?
They get at him, ain't no saying nothing, action.
They beat his ass.
They beat his ass, okay.
They get at him, right? That's Luce. So I'm like, so I get the call, right? I'm like, he like, yo, I say, yo, who was that? He like, Luce Cannon. I say, what Luce? I say, where you from? Because I know it ain't him. Because Big U from 6-0. Ain't no way Luce get that Molly Marl like that. So when he say Luce Cannon, I'm like, from where? He like 6-0. I say, wait, that was Luce that did you like that? I said, hold on. So I called Big U. Hey, man, why is Luce doing that to bro? Now, you got to remember, me and Marley do real business. I come get a beat from him. You know, I pay him for his beat, give him his points. We got to hit him and Game and Jeremiah came from Marley, right? So
we'll play that next.
Big U, like, laughs the shit off, right? So I'm like, yo, bro, what kind of shit you on? I thought Marley is... You know what I'm saying? What kind of shit you on?
Yeah.
Right? So then, you know, he started to make mention of certain things, and I guess he must have called you back or called Molly back. He called Molly back and said, you called Wack? And told Wack, and at this point in time, Molly like, fuck me calling Wack. What's up with your homeboys doing me like that? You know, I didn't let your kids stay. I didn't did everything in the world for you. What's up with your... And at that point in time, I think Molly's light came on.
Yeah, but see, people don't understand, like Big U, he got his name for dealing with like niggas like me. So it's not like he actually doing work or putting in work himself or whatever. He just do it and then put his name on. Same thing like what Molly Marl do. Molly Marl act like he made this beat and take a picture in front of the studio, but actually he's selling you somebody else's product. You get what I'm saying? That's what Big U do. He finesse niggas. He acting
but is
like
that somebody's product? Because if Molly Marl provide the workplace, he provide the tools, and he say, yo,
and
I'm gonna let you work here, and we're gonna cut this shit up. My influence is gonna bring the artist here to move the product. I never heard Marley say he did some beat.
But what kind of shit are you saying that Big U does that he then stamps but doesn't actually do? You're talking about like street shit?
Yeah, like street shit. So basically, say if I go do something in the hood, right? And he knows about it, he'll tell everybody in the hood.
Like it's him.
So, like it's him, but then they be calling me. It was like, cuz you just did this, and I'm like, cuz that's like some police shit. Because why would you be telling, if me and you is the only person that know what we did, is it shouldn't even go between.
Are you woke, Luce?
Of course.
Are you woke now?
Yeah.
You know why he's putting it out there, right?
Of course.
He got to get that credit from that 7-7 street contract.
Of course. So at the end of the day, it's like I realized, like, damn, it's 2023 and you got a BlackBerry. Like they didn't even.
How long have I been asking you about that BlackBerry?
Since 2015.
So that's the phone that he got?
Yeah, his name in the contract, 7th Street Division issued him a BlackBerry as a police issue phone to report all gang violence in his grid area. And this is an annual contract. If he doesn't produce, then they take it. He's been having a contract 10, 11 years. He did such a great job. He went from $550,000 a year. They gave him a $440,000 bonus. We send the contract. But listen, fuck all that.
Yeah. So basically, it's like, cause he'll be like he'll manipulate things. Like we'll go and do something, and the same niggas we do it to show up to the house like 10 minutes later when we trying to counting everything, right? And we be like, how the fuck they get that? Oh, well, we're gonna just give them like $40,000 back and stuff like that.
This is the same exact shit that is stated in the indictment. The same exact shit that's stated in the fucking indictment. And Whack 100 saying they don't got no case to put him in the RICO. That shit don't even make sense for Whack to even say that.
But cuz it's actually putting us in paperwork, right? And like doing like real police shit. I seen the nigga get like 20 guns, and when he got 20 guns, he's selling them to the homies. But I'm like, why are you writing down the serial numbers? So it's like he was doing like shit like that, and I didn't catch on. So it was like, I'm waking up now. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm his
high-tech shit.
I'm his right-hand man. You get what I'm saying? So when it came down to like dirt and stuff like that, I'm gonna get it. You get what I'm saying? And then like one day,
you know why he wanted to get a dude back to 40, right? Because he was gonna make dude give him 20 for getting it back.
Of course.
And kept you out of it.
Of course. He did that to when I did that to Meek Mills and Rick Ross.
See, in this indictment that I just read, they ain't say the Meek Mill and Rick Ross shit. They said the shit that Whack 100 said about giving the money back to victim one. And he's in here detailing the shit, right? So I don't understand how they can even say that they got a shot. A shot at what? Come on, man. I think everybody's cooked. Everybody was telling on themselves. They on phone conversations, wiretaps. Like, ain't no fucking way that none of these dudes can beat this shit. They did this shit calculated before they picked these dudes up. Brick Baby might get a bail because Brick Baby is making sure that he told about what was said on that phone call. It's a wiretap now. Brick knows what he said on the wiretap. He explained to them people about what's going on and what that conversation was about in detail and why that conversation went to where it went. So it's a possibility that they might give him bail with an ankle monitor. He's a witness. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button, man. Share this video. Let me let y'all see this. Let me let y'all see the weirdo one more time before we roll out. Nigga wanted to get baptized today. Since he want to get baptized, we're gonna show y'all again. This nigga ready to get baptized. We're gonna show that one.
My life, and that's what it is, and that's what a relationship, and every father wants to have an intimate personal relationship with his children, and so this is a most powerful moment, and I thank God. I said this a while back, and I said it even knowing that it was prophetic, that I'm going to baptize more people in the last days than I ever did in 40 years of ministry. We're going to baptize more people on a regular basis, and I think, why should we wait? Somebody turns their heart to God and gets saved. Why not put them in the waters of baptism like right away? Because we're burying that old man. That old man is not going to live. That's what the baptism is all about. It's putting that old man in the grave, and then when you raise up.
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah.
Stick here, boy.
I need to sort some things out in my life, and that's what it is, and that's what a relationship, and every father wants to have an intimate, personal relationship with his children, and so this is a most powerful moment, and I think I said this a while back, and I said it even knowing that it was prophetic, that I'm going to baptize more people in the last days than I ever did in 40 years of ministry. We're going to baptize more people on a regular basis, and I think, why should we wait? Somebody turns their heart to God and gets saved. Why not put them in the
SBGB TV. It's a live call-in show. State your name, where you calling in from.
Man, it's your boy Brother Room out the West Coast, man.
What's good, my brother?
Oh man, I was creeping around the house, man, on the late night. But no, you had me geeked up earlier at work. I wanted to call in. Hey man, damn, you turned up. I'm talking about your live earlier, not just this one.
Okay.
The one earlier. Hey, you had me dying. You was like, you said, what'd you say? Nigga, fucking baptized. Go to jail and get baptized then, nigga.
Yeah.
Go to jail, nigga, and do Bible study every day and find out about the Lord. I say, yo. This nigga Deezy is heated. I heard word on the streets is that you hot and you armed and dangerous with this game that you kicking out. You know what I'm saying? You heard about that?
Yeah. I hear niggas talking shit. You know what I'm saying? We gonna keep motherfucking delivering too. I appreciate everybody that rock with me though.
You know the streets is talking. If Brother Rome all the way on the West Coast hear about you.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? It's getting crazy. Hey, yo. Hey, it's crazy when niggas listening to you at work. I got you in my headphones and shit. You know what I'm saying? I got the Pooh Shiesty on, so my coworkers can't see my headphones. And you know what I'm saying? Yo, damn, you growing up on these things.
Facts.
Hey, I fuck with you, Dizzy. I'm gonna get back with you, man. I'm about to lay my black ass down. I gotta go to work at 5 a.m.
I appreciate you calling in, though, Ron.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna play this one more time before we get up out of here, man.
Waters of baptism like right away, because we're burying that old man. That old man is not going to live. That's what the baptism is all about. It's putting that old man in the grave, and then when you raise up.
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah.
It's too late for that. It's too late for that, man. You done fucked up now. It's too late for that, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button and share this video, man. I appreciate all of y'all that rock with me. You hear me? We gonna continue to grind. Stay locked in. Hit that subscribe button. Share this live. Until later on. You already know it's not about the setback. It's about the get back. Nah.